Oh, hi Terry. Let me see. There we go. So, how have you been, Terry? I think I've got that finished anyway. This is the guy I'm most concerned about. Just top floor and a few tiny bits, just something to make it a little bit better. Okay. I'll bring down the bed. Yeah, down here. And the clock. And then we'll do a quick makeover on that. Oh. I suppose there's worse ways to be awoken. So, have you been getting a decent amount of rest, Terry? This is such an unstable settlement. Well, it will have to do. Right, we can start from here then. Ah, that's good. Now all you gotta do is stick to that and, start eating properly. And that will do you the world of good. Yeah, okay. Let's save down here. Now, something simple would just cover over the roof to there and do something with the flooring and then a light decoration. I have to really kind of curb it down on how much I'm putting into this thing. It's starting to go sideways. Yeah? Yeah, probably because I'm not awoke long. Just a little while. Now, I've seen some stuff that might work. Problem is getting it in place. Some of it should snap, but, the corner pieces, that's going to be a drag. We'll see. Well, top priority anyway is to get it right from here. Easy from here, but these pillars might be an issue. Okay, we're going to find out. This is in the SOE pieces, I think. Oh, I got this done. I just finished it up earlier, a little earlier today. And these are our holding cells. And that's our little security office. I gotta close this thing. There. This is still pretty unstable here. It's connected right to the glitch, going right up to the quarry. But at least that's out of the way. God, that's some shoddy work. Let's see if I can come back and do something with that later. On this, I'll just post a few posters and lights. We can't add too much out of here. I've left as much of the original pieces as I possibly could. And obviously I added a few lights, so it was very dark out here. I might close that up at a moment. I just add a few bits and pieces. No, nothing too much. I took the controls from here. They were glitching a lot, so I'll replace it with something else. Okay, let's get to work. So roof and floor, and then some kind of minimum decoration within reason. This will take 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It could probably take at least 10 settlers in here to make it look. Well, you're talking 1 to 2 prisoners inside, maybe 2. 2 guards, 2 docks here. That's 6. Maybe somebody over here. That's 7. And maybe 2 to 3 down here, so you're talking about 10-ish, you know? It's going to take a lot of settlers. Happens to me all the time, Terry. All the time. Now, I was thinking about those guys. And then running them. See, I've always thought this is way, way too high. But this would have to be pretty decent, you know? To get this stupid thing to snap. Because if I can't get it to snap, this is an absolute waste of time. When I say perfect, it's got to be absolutely spot on. Yeah, you see what I mean? I don't know if I can get these stupid things to snap. I could use different stuff, but it would really be horrible. Let's see, let me make one more. Let's see if it can snap on the outside. It looks like I'll have to put an entire ring glitched in. I don't know if that's gonna be worth it, to be honest. I might try a different material. Might work a bit better. Yeah, you see her snapping now, but that's no good to me, is it? Okay. Okay, let's see, we glitched that one. Fair enough. You see, we're getting no snaps here. This one will have to be set perfectly. There's no way in. I'm not gonna do the walls as well. That's a bit silly. Let's see, what about the snappy house kit? Might work a bit better. Hmm. Yeah, I suppose it is, Terry. All depends what's on your mind. But yeah, I suppose they're quite common. Ish. Oh, really? Yeah. You'll usually dream. That's if you can remember it. About things that's stressing you out. So apparently, something about that is stressing you out. Oh, hi Tigger. I'm fine, thanks. And you? I hope you've been well. Ah, that's good. Yeah, at least that's one worry off your mind. Ah, I'm happy that she got better. So, how was your day, Tigger? Ah, that's good. Ah, I don't know, guys, about putting a roof across this is going to be a mad glitch. It is going to be a mad glitch. Let's see if I can get something that snaps a little easier. Mm. Oh, no problem, Tigger. I managed to get the security bed done, but I would like to do something on this. I suppose well, really use the other ones. At least there's different size pieces in this one. Not so sure if it would suit. This is more of a thing, isn't it? I've always thought it was a bit high. Well, or maybe I'm overthinking this. Okay, let's say we go with a high roof. I'll just add some lights on this. It's a pity. Yeah, we just add some lights and it's the floor I should really be worried about. Not doing much really, just sitting and playing games. Yeah, pretty much the same with me, Tigger. I don't know, it's a matter of opinion, I suppose, Terry. Hi, Northwest, and how are you? I hope you've been well. And what are you up to? I had an extremely long day. After streaming last night, I didn't have time to sleep, so I just fixed myself up and went to that funeral mass I was talking about. My God, the seating in those churches, unbelievable. So that was an hour on that. Then the funeral. Then you pay your respects and you call around. It was pretty late when I got back. Skipped a few meals. My acid is killing me now because of that. Then had to eat junk food, because there wasn't time. And literally didn't get any sleep. Yeah. By the time all that was sorted and I came on here, it was almost time to stream again. So after this stream, I'll be awoke. Probably 2 days and a night. It was pretty sad. And thank you guys. I appreciate it. And hi, Terry. Oh, well, thank you, Terry, and Northwest and Tigger. We've been out of touch, for quite some time. But we did know each other well at one stage. But you know how it goes. I couldn't get to see him because, obviously, his family wanted him to last as long as possible. I can't blame him for that, so they were afraid to let anyone in to see him in case to be carrying bugs or viruses. You know how crazy the world has got. So, yeah, I would do the same, so I wouldn't fault him for that, But I would have liked to have seen him, you know, before he passed. Oh, well, thank you, Northwest. And thank you, Digger. And thank you, Terry, as well. I'm unfortunately accustomed to losing people. And that's a symptom of getting old, you know. Let's say all the people you would have considered friends that was older than you know, let's say you're 10, they're in their 20s. You know, figures in your life like that, they're quite old now, and yeah, once you pass 50, you really, unfortunately, get accustomed to, you know, losing people like that. Oh, excuse me. But I suppose it's, you know, part of the process, isn't it? You know, we exist and then we don't anymore. And I suppose when everyone who remembers us, they're gone also, then we're truly gone. And this is why I say, you know, why be hateful? It's a big waste of the little precious time you have. Oh yeah, yeah. I know you do, Terry. Flooring. Now we could match that, which it might be the way to go really on that, wouldn't it? This, I'm suspecting, will give me trouble. If it gives too much trouble, we can move on to something else and I get this grinding stuff done later. Now, the plan is to get one in perfectly, and then we kind of hope the rest, you know, the rest will work itself out. That's the plan anyway. Okay, so let's say that's ground zero on that one. Yeah, okay, I knew that was going to be an issue, obviously. No, these will not, oh, we can't really push these together like this. This is a massive job. It's possible, but ugh. I wonder if we kind of stack them, will we get a snap point on these? I can imagine how tedious. It's very, very possible and totally worth it. You know, it wouldn't take long, but still. I would like a snapping point. Oh, hang on. Oh, this one seems to be snapping. Hang on. There. I think we have it, guys. There we go. Okay, it might be easier than we think. We're better off matching the stairway, I think it kind of looks decent. Now we say one love. Oh, cool. And chat, you are my internet family. Oh, internet family. Internet dysfunctional family. I suppose it's just a matter of getting it done right, Terry. There we go. And I think be honest, I think we have half a chance of doing this. You see, I suppose. You see that? We have half a chance. Each one of them we get in should make a big difference. Or, let's say, seeing as we're playing Fallout. Had you ever heard that term, nuclear family? Yes, at least there's a function in that. You see, that's my little problem there. I would really love if I could get each piece snapped. I don't know, obviously it's something got to do with that guy. See what I mean? Now, I could piece them, and you wouldn't know the difference, but let's mess about with this for a while. There. We'll get in as many as we can, and then we'll see how many we have to piece. You see, though, under no circumstances do I want to remove those consoles. I want them to be as original as possible. Ah, that's good. You see that one? Yeah, that's pretty decent. Can't fault that one, I suppose. So we keep smashing in as many as we can. I'm probably, regardless, be going with a kind of rubber matting system right across the edge, so yeah, most of that will be covered. My favourite. Oh, cool. Your brain is glitchy. You see? There could be a couple of objects, you know, worth moving, to be honest. There we go. Under no circumstances am I moving these. Although I'm tempted. Gotta say I'm tempted. See, there's a couple of objects, alright. There's no way I can move all of these. Oh. Well, that's not bad. I can move that. You know, when it hits the fan. And trust me, it will hit the fan. Yeah, you could fit those, but my god, it's tedious. That's a nice job they did on that, to be honest. I wonder how they got it so even. There must have been a way on the software to get them all like that. Pushed them in probably in one piece. I'm still having dizzy spells, but I haven't had my fainting episodes. Yeah, it would take a while, Terry. You know what I mean? It would take a while. Oh, well, that's good, Terry. That's good. As long as you keep getting enough rest, eating properly, and taking the meds your doctor prescribes, going to all your checkups, and get a progress report on it or something like that, and get out and about, get some exercise. You know, usually there's a lot of things that can help. Um, and I'd say anything from a hobby, even yoga, maybe join a gym. The funny thing about, let's say, certain activities like that, a lot of people, and I suppose it's in all of us, if we think we're improving ourselves outside, we actually do it inside as well. We feel better about ourselves. It's a pity, but it is, I suppose, a common trait in everyone. And let's say you might be a little bit overweight. I'm not saying you, I'm saying anyone in particular. And then they join a gym, they get into it, they trim down nicely, they look at themselves and say, oh, yeah, I look nice, and, that gives them a big boost mentally, even though it doesn't really mean anything, So, things like that. Work on you. Fluffy hair. Like, I have a few friends I know from my God, since we were kids, and they're about my age now, and they were going down a bad path, as kids, getting into doing all the things they shouldn't have, and they got into martial arts. And martial arts gets a kind of bad rap. It's about fighting and violence. It's actually not. It's about self-control. And it uses a system, I suppose, much like what I said. If you see yourself improving physically, gives you a kind of mental boost. Self-esteem, yeah. Most people actually do it for that. And I suppose you get some people that think they're going to be some kind of assassins or something. But it doesn't work that way. But it gave them a kind of discipline and self-esteem. The military will do that as well. There's all different ways of doing it. Yeah, there you go. There you go. You know what I mean? There's different outlets for it. And it's normal and it's natural. You know what I mean? And it's no harm to work on your outside appearance if you want to. You know what I mean? In an ideal world, it wouldn't be a factor. I used to, when I was very young, lift weights, but, But what I used to do was run a lot. Until I realized it was, causing me more damage than good. Yeah, it will. Or all those kind of disciplines. It probably would, Terry, because you're out of shape. But you're young, you know what I mean? You should be the fittest you're ever going to be now. Yes, exactly. Exactly. Exactly, Tigger, yeah. Oh. Hmm. Oh, I don't know about that one. You get a little dizzy. Kind of sounds like vertigo. You want to be careful too, Terry. And let's say, once you get out and about, your brain will do strange things to stop you doing this. So just just be careful. It is, yeah. Probably, your brain can trick you into a lot of things. But there should be no, excuse me. Then again, you see, no, I don't think so. Medication. Who knows? Excuse me. But you should be getting dizzy when you walk. Probably, I would say, you're not getting regular exercise and your body is starting to say, hang on here. What's this about? We didn't sign up for this one. Let's send this person a signal. We don't want this kind of stuff. I deactivated. Your vampire mode. Yeah, just some regular exercise. Probably you got tired. I find it the same. I find it very frustrating that I could jog maybe 15, 17 miles normally on a weekend. Do 4 or 5 miles a day without even breaking a sweat. Even cross country. And now, if I walk a quarter mile, kills me. And yeah, I will get dizzy as well. But I'm not surprised. For 5, 6 years now I've been sitting on my behind. So I think that's kind of normal. Yeah, okay, we can go with something like that. It's a pity I wanted to snap these guys, to be honest. I wonder if I changed the settings on these guys, would it help a bit? Doubtful, but we can piece them together if we have to. We got the best part of them in, I suppose. I definitely don't want to move these. That would be madness. Okay, let's change the settings a little bit. And then we get a bit of we get a bit of decoration in. Deactivate a vampire mode. Even in my state now, let's say, not being able to get enough sleep and, waking up at strange and unusual times. Let's say tomorrow, if all my condition magically disappeared and I was 100% pain-free, it would take me a long, long time to get back into my normal routine. You know what I mean? Mountain Dew. I have 1 can left. Mountain Dew, has been banned here in Europe, Tigger, because of the yellow dye that they use in that drink. And strangely enough, it's legal in the US. Gatorade tomorrow. There's a ton of stuff. Lots of stuff from the US. Especially, let's say, bread items. But there's a lot of Subways here. I think that's a US company, as far as I know. And basically, they were brought to court here because the bread they were using for their rolls, we don't actually classify as bread because it's just a big ball of chemicals. and I think they wanted to find it. They were probably saving money, not having to buy bread, and the stuff they had, they could probably store it, like for 12 months. Ugh. No, there's too many chemicals, too much sugar in the bread. Um, it doesn't qualify here as bread. It qualifies more in the cake range. Yeah, so a cake sandwich. Yeah, too much sugar and too many chemicals. But a lot of the bread they use in the US, they use a certain chemical. It's absolutely deadly. They use it to make the bread nice and white. It's a bleach, and they use bleach on the bread. Here, we're not allowed to do anything like that. It's got to be fairly natural. We're allowed a certain amount of safe preservatives, you know. But mostly the stuff that we sell here, it'll go off within a day. You got to get it fresh because it's fresh bread. No chemicals, no additives, anything like that. But the chemical they use in the US, let's say to whiten the bread, it's actually a bleach. And the same chemical is used to soften stuff as well in manufacture, like yoga mats. You know those roll out little yoga mats, and the ones they use in tents. It's exactly the same chemical. Of the green news list, yeah, that's been massively banned. But I remember here when they withdrew all the Skittles. You know those Skittles? They were using the yellow dye. So that was shut down pretty quick. Now you can't get a yellow Skittle to save your life in this country. Yellow dye, that's, it carries more risk than smoking. But the best bread I've ever seen was in France. Germany's not bad either. Okay, let's see. I suppose everyone tries to make it as cheap as possible and to last as long as possible. Mm. Yeah, the additives used in the US as well, I'd say. It takes time here to make bread, you know. Usually, let's say if they want stuff for Monday, they'll start on the weekend and it'll be all done. They use a certain additive in the US as well to quicken the process on the bread. A kind of, let's say, kind of chemical to raise the flour on that. That's banned here as well. All of the chemicals are linked to a pretty bad disease. I won't even mention its name. Mm. Yes, probably, yeah. They do. They do. Well, basically, to stop people getting cancer. Yeah. All of these chemicals have been linked, just like smoking. You know what I mean? Even worse. Like, you know, bread, it raises, let's say, by a natural bacterium. That is even taken out of the process there, and it's replaced by chemicals to raise the bread pretty quickly, you know. Yeah. Nice, yes. The middle of next month. But all of these things will be linked with tons of stuff like cancer, diabetes, lots of serious problems. Okay, maybe if you indulge in it for a month or so. But when it's everywhere and you do it in a lifetime, it would definitely hit you in your mid-30s, early 40s. Exactly, yeah. Well, that's something that you knowingly do, Northwest. You know what I mean? But when you add it into the food, you give people no choice. You know what I mean? Nice. Oh, uh-huh. Okay, let's see if it snaps. If not, we'll have to just glitch them in. We got a good few snapped. I don't want to move the consoles. And we put some lights in, and yeah, we'll keep it as original as possible. No, I was just mentioning that because I was forced to eat junk food today. And it's still affecting me. No. Okay, we do it the hard way, guys. Okay. Let's do it the hard way. The hard way it is. To save your life. It's just a matter of practice and interest, Terry. I took your advice, Croc, and decided to eat lighter yesterday with smaller meals and more often. Yeah, your metabolism is burning all the time, Northwest. Definitely the way you need to go. That way then you don't add any unnecessary fat and your body is not, under pressure. Dumping large amounts of food in it and. Mm. But strangely enough, apparently, let's say you eat X amount of food exactly every day, and you're X weight. Well, you can eat the same amount of food. Let's say you eat that 3 times a day. Well, let's say you halve that, and over, let's say, a certain time period, you, let's say, did that 6 times instead of 3. Let's say with the same time period, between them, you actually lose weight, even though it's the same intake. Because, you know what I mean, you're boosting your metabolism, your digestion. Well, if that's the case, you were probably eating your last meal quite late. It's a mistake I used to do as well. But someone used to say to me before, every time you eat, leave the table hungry. Never eat till you're not hungry. We're all kind of hardwired to eat as much as we possibly can. I suppose I can understand why that would have been helpful, let's say, back in the Stone Age. You go hunting, you get a kill. God knows when you get the next kill. So we're kind of hardwired to do that. But always be hungry, It's just eat what you know you need. Use your head instead of your tummy. And in about 20 minutes, that kind of fake hunger will pass. Nice, yeah. Is optimal. It is. But if that tends to be a problem, those 3 meals, let's say, and you don't want to eat less, and maybe you shouldn't eat less. If you break that down into 6 meals, so let's say you eat 3 meals, let's say we do it in calories. 3 meals over a 12-hour period. Um, let's say 6 meals in a 12-hour period as well, but half of the calories of each one. You're still getting the same calories with regular time intervals between the same. So that way, you know, your metabolism is going 24/7 and it's burning it off, and you're actually making use of it. It's not just lying in your tummy, you know, causing you acid problems and God knows what else. Ah, that's cool. Well, I have some friends that actually lost a lot of weight and didn't have to eat less. And yeah, just like you do, slept better and felt a lot better. Yeah, keep the metabolism burning. But obviously, if you can as well, eat healthy, you know. There, we're gonna have to do it the hard way, but it can be done. You see where it's really nasty, why I wanted to snap them? We never get them mega perfect, but they'll be basically unnoticeable. And then we might be able to get a snap on the other side and carry on from this. There we go. Same thing really, it just takes a little bit longer, you know what I mean? Just thought I'd get a snap on it, but I think it will look a lot better. Yes, or definitely fibre. Fibre is the biggie. But the whole game is kind of rigged in Northwest if you don't really pick the food. Like really healthy food, it's kind of hard to find. So if you do your shopping, let's say in shopping centres and such, even here, the amount of salt and sugar in items is absolutely ridiculous. You know, you can eat your salt and sugar quota, let's say for the day, on a light snack. So we're all getting far too much sugar. But even worse, we're getting far too much salt. You know what I mean? Even here with all of the regulations, you know what I mean? Because we, they can't stop us from buying what we want, obviously. You know what I mean? But they can kind of clamp down on manufacturers, let's say, not to kind of overdo it. Too much pasta. Well, everything, no matter how good or bad it is for you, Terry, in moderation, you know? Yeah. But imagine if you ate pasta only, Northwest. Massive amounts, like for years and years. So you see where I'm going, everything in moderation. Like you can even drink too much water. You can actually die from drinking. Doesn't matter, Terry. You don't have to. Even if you don't eat salt, everything you eat, ice cream, pickle with salt, bread, everything, literally everything that you pick up, that you put into your mouth, unless you go to your, and there's a natural amount of salt, obviously, and everything, unless you get kind of, let's say, instead of buying processed meat, let's say from a supermarket, which is absolutely drenched in salt. You go to your butcher, which is probably 5 times more expensive. You see where I'm going? Cornflakes, Kellogg's cornflakes, Terry, or any cornflake, they contain more salt than seawater. So did you ever accidentally taste seawater when you're swimming? It's a lot of salt, isn't it? Cornflakes have more salt than just because they don't taste salty, you know. It's put in mostly as a preservative. You know, you can hold a box of cornflakes for what, a couple of years. You know, that's usually salt that's been used as a preservative. It's an absolute killer. Yeah. Yes, you see what I mean. So it's a moderation thing, Northwest. It definitely is. It's a moderation thing. I'm the last person who should be talking about it because I really eat unhealthy. That's not a bad one now. Oh, I see, I see, I see, I see you. Try to sneak away from me there. There. There we go. There. Now I understand why I wanted to stop these little guys. There you go. So it can be done. That's a lot better than that junk we had, and it kind of matches the stairway. Hmm. They are. They are. Yeah. The oatmeal and porridge thing, oh, so bland, but pretty good. You know, it's really good for fibre and digestion and a lot of things. Again, in moderation, you know. The thing with porridge and that kind of stuff, the tiniest amount tends to expand and makes you feel full. So if you kind of rely on that much, on that too much, um, you're not getting enough. You know what I mean? You might feel full and that, but you're not getting enough. I don't know if I ever told you this story, guys. Hmm. Oh, TVs make me very sleepy. But I had this kind of friend of a friend, but he was living in the UK, and he was a conscientious shopper. So I don't blame him for that, you know. All things a rip off, especially now. But he used to always kind of get, you know, the kind of so-called value food and stuff. You know, the likes of Aldi's at the time, and, you know, I'm talking about maybe back in the early 90s. So he had 3 kids, and, you know, he'd buy a ton of shopping there. And they were eating tons. Never seen kids. Kids could eat more than adults. And they were getting plenty to eat. But they were, after a while, and I'm talking about, yeah, that kind of stuff. I'm talking about like a year or two of this. The kids were getting very tired and sleepy and pale, you know, but they weren't gaunt or skinny, and they were eating tons. So, eventually, anyway, he got them checked out. And the kids were actually suffering from malnutrition because the food they were eating was absolutely useless. You know what I mean? Absolutely useless. So you can eat tons of stuff and it just might be doing you absolutely no good. Like, I remember the time, let's say, when you get, let's say, you buy milk and, you know, it was processed a bit, obviously, it was pasteurized. And, you know, they did a little bit of skimming on it. But I remember when you open it up, there would be that slight little bit of cream on the top. Yeah, yeah, totally. And now when you buy milk, the good is gone. You know, they get the milk from the cow, then they'll take the cream from it. Then they'll put it through a few more machines and take out the vitamins and all that stuff to make, you know, more expensive milk or whatever. So the stuff you're getting in the shop is it's more like coloured water. You know what I mean? It doesn't even taste the same. You know, they're literally taking everything they can from it. And it's the same, I suppose, with other stuff. Like real bread goes stale pretty quickly. You know, we're talking about 12 hours, you know, from baking, you know, to eating, 12 hours. And even at that, you want to be getting real bread within an hour if it's baking, to be honest. You know what I mean? So when you go to the store and you see this bread and it lasts maybe 4 or 5 days or a week, there's a cost for that, you know. There's a big cost. Okay, let's make a few and we see if we can get them. If I move this, but basically, nice. You see, even this one, you know, fitted perfectly. That's good, guys. I like that. I like that. There's just a few to get out the back. And then we should be good to go. Alright. I spoke too soon. Ah. Okay, tomorrow we have the flooring done. So it didn't work out too bad. It's matching the stairs at least, so it's definitely better than the way it was. I will chance moving this here. And then we'll put it back down in a moment. Now hopefully this will snap, but I wouldn't bet on it. Gumdrops. Oh, haha. We got a snap. We got a snap. Ah, that's just beautiful, isn't it? I wonder if I can push that back and make it look a little better. Oh, really? It's not too bad, guys. We've got our flooring done. I'll put a few little extras on that, I think, in a moment. And that will be part of the decoration. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh my, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's just on the 11. Okay, that's wrong. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, that's it. That's our center point. Okay, I think it's time we just tried a little bit of lighting. No problem, Terry. Yeah, I drink a lot of it. I make sure to get the good kind, yeah, you were talking about. It It is 450. Ooh, that's expensive. My goodness. But packed with vitamins and double the protein. But still, yeah, quality over quantity, isn't it? Of the cheaper milk. But one time, the best milk was the pure stuff. It was they took that stuff from it, and then, now they're charging you extra for something that was already in the milk that they removed. It's like the Fallout 76 game. You know, you're expecting to get tons of quests and NPCs, and you arrived, there was nothing there. And then they said, "Oh, you want guns and NPCs? Well, you gotta pay more." Yeah, well, that's good. I used to get a lot of my milk, let's say one time, from my farmer friends. You know, it would be pasteurized, but that would be it. Just pasteurized. Straight from the cow, pasteurized. I wouldn't touch it unless it was pasteurized. It's too risky. But it's a big difference, than that kind of milk. Yeah, it would definitely be the best. Yeah. Yeah. You know what I mean? I can tell the difference. It's almost like drinking cream. It's rich, it's got that taste, that kind of aftertaste. Now, when you drink milk, it's a little bit tasteless. Especially if it's not really, really cold. You know what I mean? Even its color, everything about it. You know. Yeah. Butter as well, let's say, is way different. Yeah. It's kind of greyish, actually. It's kind of iffy. Yeah. Did you ever see it being made the old way, Northwest? Yeah. In those churns? Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of greyish. Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of bluey grey churned butter. The way it was originally made. Yeah. Now, let's say when they make butter, well, the process is similar with just big machines, but they'll add a lot of stuff to it and colouring. Yeah, they'll add the colouring. Yeah. But that was the way we were supposed to eat it. No preservatives, no messing. We developed mutations way, way back when so we could, eat dairy products. I think we have to develop mutations so we can stand the preservatives and chemicals now. That's not bad, guys. Oh, the lights. Okay. Okay. Let's try the lights. I remember my dad had a lot of friends. Oh, we're talking about the old school guys before me. Churn their own butter, do their own milk, butcher their own livestock. Way different. Grow their own vegetables, you know, all of that stuff. Mm. Probably is Northwest. Who knows? Who knows? You would literally have to sift through the information, massive amount of information, probably of 20, 25 generations to know. But I do know other ways we're living has a massive effect on our genes and in breeding. Um, like they wanted to do some kind of test. I think it's in the US, some sort of genetic test or whatever, and I think they were looking for the effect of microplastic. It's too late now, but it's everywhere. It's in seawater, it's in drinking water, it's in animals, it's in fish, it's everywhere. But they started taking blood samples from everyone, but they couldn't get a clean sample. Always contaminated with microplastic. So then they had a brilliant idea. Yes, Of course it is. That, tons. It's not just that, it's tons of things. Uh, the preservatives reading in the food, the air we're breathing, the pollution. I could go on forever. Yeah. It's like me trying to avoid a bug in this. If I do certain things, it lessens the odds. If I do other things, it increases. It's exactly the same way. So they hit on an idea, and they went to this really remote tribe, I think out in Papua New Guinea or something, you know, um, uh, one of the remotest tribes in the world, and they got blood samples from them. Still no good. Still contaminated blood samples. They literally had to go to blood samples that they stored in the military from the soldiers who fought in the Korean War in the 50s to get it clean. They had to go back to the Korean War, those blood samples, to get a clean sample, whatever tests they wanted to do. Now, this is only hearsay. I remember this somewhere. I read it. I don't know. I didn't do any kind of background research. It might be all BS, you know what I mean? So I wouldn't take it as gospel because I didn't do any kind of background research. So it's just speculation. But it wouldn't surprise me. Uh, 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 uh. Oh, what it would do, wouldn't it? Oh, we put two in to be nice. I think that's okay, guys. One is more than enough. I'll keep the pressure off the cell. Gotta love those lights, but you gotta be careful with them as well, you know what I mean? Look at that for glitching. So when we're doing our tours, we'll have to be kind of, oh, look at this. And then we'll have to reverse down like Spectacle Island. I'm going to try and get some rest. Good night, everyone. Much love. And thanks for stopping by, Terry. I hope you have a good rest, and I hope you have a great day. Take care. Stay safe. Bye. It is, yeah, it is. The Korean War. There was large genetic testing done here in the 90s. And it was about heritage and that, you know what I mean? There was some interesting facts, found as well. I think they did that from Trinity, the university, or some other one, I'm not sure. I remember reading up on that a long time ago. It would be more got to do with ancestry. But there's a certain community here in this country that have very, very, very unique DNA, even more unique than the most remotest tribes in the world. But I found, let's say, it was the closest they could get to the original kind of Celtic DNA. The only way that would be kept alive, obviously, would be, let's say, not traveling abroad or, introducing new DNA into the family. All the same kind of DNA from there. Well, yeah, not surprising, seeing as this country was a fortress up until maybe 1922. Oh, hi, Hufflepuff. And how are you? I hope you've been well. Yeah, that's okay, guys. Well, that's pretty fascinating too, that kind of genetic DNA research. But some of the companies are suspect, to be honest. Hmm. Yeah, it's as close as they could get to one small community. I think a population of 20,000 or something. But that would have drawbacks as well, Northwest. You know, not introducing more DNA. You know, kids born into those generations would have higher, let's say, you know, problems. A very, very small gene pool. Not feeling the best. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Ate some food last night and haven't. Oh my. Yeah, hopefully it gets better soon. Yeah. Strange you should say that. I was forced to eat junk takeaway food today as well. Not exactly feeling the best. But I suppose we have no choice. Yeah. Diversity in DNA as well, I'd say. Um, it's pretty good. But if you were to if you were to base, let's say, your guesswork on that, on science, or let's say accepted science on the whole thing, you know, the original tribe, let's say, from Africa that moved down through Europe and that, it was a very small base to start with for Europeans, you know. Going around right now, oh my, I hope you don't get that Northwest. It was here in November. Yeah, I got it in November. Oh my god, I wouldn't wish it on my worst enemy. It was horrible. Oh, the CDC announced it. Oh my. I'm hungry. I don't want to eat. If that. No, of course you don't. Your stomach up in your fridge, you'll get sick. Yeah, I was the same. You remember there around Christmas and just before Christmas, the tummy bug? Oh, horrible. You can expect it to last anywhere from 2 to 4 weeks. Yeah, and it's an absolute nightmare. Oh, well, you're lucky then. The bug we had, oh my, it was brutal. Absolutely brutal. Okay, yeah, we're starting on this Hufflepuff, and we finished our security area. So this is what we've come up with. That's our holding cells. Oh, we've got two of them. Wow, not too bad. They've got a bathroom as well. Yeah. Gotta be nice to the prisoners. And that's... I kept as much of the original look as I could within reason. The desks haven't even been moved. And once we get some prisoners in there and some security, and I think I've got all the stuff. And now what we've been doing is... Let's hear. And so far, we've only covered a floor. So we've matched the floor to the stairs, so it looks way better. You remember that dirty concrete that was down there? It looked horrible. And we've added a light, and even just with that and the light, this looks $1,000,000 compared to what it was. So I'm going to smack back down these two. We'll add some junk on the shelves, and boom, we should be okay. I'll leave it as is then. I might put a few little things maybe here. But I definitely don't want to overdo the decoration in here. I might put in the Vault-Tec white boxes on these, and they carry vault suits, like a kind of storage for that. Or maybe the little Pip-Boy crates. But this would definitely work. I'll add something as well on those. You see that there? Just to give it a little bit of sparkle. A bit of shishim. We'll keep all of this kind of minimal. Well, I've got no choice anyway, because it's starting to become a little bit unstable. Now, if we go into decorations and we go to SOE, and then we go down to this special effects, spark. Show you the one I want. Yeah, look at that. That looks cool, doesn't it? Okay, I need something to stand on. I'll probably need 4. So you see where I'm going with that. What am I going to stand on, guys? Yeah, I might be able to jump up with it, will I? Oh, come on, Croc. Yeah, I'll have to get it right. Oh, don't do that. Yeah, let's jump. Oh, don't. Oh, there. It's okay. I might be able to get it from here. Ta-da! That would work. There. We just get a few of those in. Yeah, just to make it look sparkly. Gotta look sparkly. Yeah, it's gotta be sparkly. That's 2. We're halfway there. Well, you can't really see the back ones. Once the front one's going, should look interesting. And then maybe a high voltage warning sign on the front. Or maybe that nuclear sign. Yeah. Oops. There we go. Well, I just get these in and then we'll have a look. Well, this is more of a decoration, so usually I don't do the decorations at the end, but it still works out at the same time anyway. Let's have a look, guys. It's a lot better, isn't it? Now it looks dangerous. Oh yeah. And it's hard to tell in the vault, isn't it? That's why I brought my in-game clock. There. Not too bad. Not too bad. Let's just fit back the chairs on that for a moment and then we'll see. A few tiny decorations here and there and a few signs. Fill those up and we'll close this up and get out of it. Minimum, I think would be best here. Just a few touches. But the lighting and just the floor alone made a big difference. I really gotta find out what's wrong with this stupid fridge. One moment. I think I've gotta drop the inside shelving because there it is. It's grabbing the bottles and smashing them on the floor. I think it's the shelving. No. Okay. Okay. You don't have to be absolutely perfect on this one, but strange. Of course it's strange because it's a mile off. Oh. Oh, it's different on one side, it is. Slightly different. I hate it when they do that. Doesn't really matter. Oh. We'll leave that because it's original. We get these down here. I set a line, we'll keep that in about there. There. I don't know about those. I'll have a quick look at those in a moment. I've been following your tip in Skyrim to sleep often, and since that, no crashes. Nice. Even running 23 mods. Cool. Yeah. I think it's something got to do with a reset. You know? I think what happens when you sleep, the game is not running all of the stuff. And I guess a chance then to start adding, let's say to what you've done, probably memory. Probably a memory thing. Elden Ring DLC. Oh, nice, just announced. Oh, cool. Guys playing that game will be excited, I'd say, about that one. Ah, so it helps. That's good. The crashing thing has never been too much of a problem for me, let's say, on Skyrim, but then I don't run a ton of mods. But here, I would run as much as they would let me, so I use it here all the time. I really hate the way the developers put these things in. You know, how much more time would it take just to have them in neatly and not glitching through a wall? I don't mind them being lore friendly, but glitching through a wall, I think, is not lore friendly. That's not bad. So what do we put on these? I think I have something that would do. Let's see what time it is. 2 p.m. We're good, we're good. Good for 6 minutes. Graphic mods and some NPC scripting changes. No cheats. Nice. So you like the game as original as you can, let's say, but like to change it a bit. Yeah, I would be like that too. I hate running anything that benefits my character. On the contrary, I would favour something that would do the opposite. Oh, well, thank you, Northwest. Oh, hi, Young. How have you been? I hope you've been well. And what have you been up to? Well, we're starting on this. We've covered the floor, we've added a few decorations, and we've put some extra lighting in. We're going to try and keep it as original as possible. Well, that's what we've gotten so far. Oh, we've got our little security room finished as well. But once we do this, we'll just do the minimum out here. I'm not going to highly decorate this place because it's too unstable. But we did finish this one. This is kind of, decorated a lot. This will be our little security office and holdings house. You see where I covered this with a wallpaper to give it that kind of metallic look. And I wanted and then we've got this. That's an old one, isn't it? Northwest. The reverse picture frame. It is really good for signage. I remember when that's all we could do. Use them for signage or covering windows. A lot of things are already in the original area. I just added a few more little bits here and there. Doing okay. Just chore day today. Ah, cool, so you're getting some stuff done. Laundry. Oh, I hate laundry. Got floors to mop tomorrow. Oh. And that's it. Once we have a couple of guards in here, 2 people in the cell, 2 dogs outside, maybe a worker and maybe 2 running the other spot, this will look okay. In the right uniforms and all of that. That's all I dare do with it. So it looks the part from here, I suppose. And now let's get on with this little guy. Some minimum, guys, is the way to do this. Oh, at least it's my favourite chores as well, Croc. But the payoff is nice, yeah, clean clothes. Imagine, let's say before wash machines and dryers and stuff, how tedious and laborious that was. They used to have this kind of tub and they would wash them on this kind of... I've seen the boards actually. They're called washboards. Kind of rippled kind of glass. Most of the real old ones, were in glass with a wooden kind of frame. And you would kind of scrub the clothes from it. And using soap, oh my god. then you would have to twist the laundry and squeeze as much water as possible. And then obviously leave it out on a clothesline to dry. That was the old way. This house looks like I haven't touched it in weeks. Oh. Do you know what I found as well? Having a ton of clutter in my house, doesn't matter what I do, and it takes ages. But once I declutter, you know what I mean, it looks perfect, and I can get through it pretty quickly. Oh my. What a plastic bag. Yeah, the old way. Or in a bathtub, yeah. Horrible. Horrible. They did do stuff, let's say non-electric to help, I remember. Do you ever hear of a mango? Northwest. The only problem using a mango, and this is why they weren't big, I suppose, in the old days into buttons, because it would smash it. Let's say once you did all of your washing, it was like two rollers really close together, and it had this kind of handle that you kind of, you'd wind, and you would, let's say, place the edge of the clothes in, and you would wind it, and it would push it through these two rollers and squeeze the excess water from. Mangle. M-A-N-G-L-E. Imagine two rollers, like, let's say, you'd use for bread. They were usually wood. Let's say to flatten out bread. Imagine two of those on a kind of rack, and they were literally touching each other, one above the other, on a cog. Yeah. On a cog with a handle. So as you turned it, they would turn. But they were literally almost touching each other. So if you placed a tiny piece of your garment there and started winding, it would suck it in. You know what I mean? And it would squish it and get the excess water out. But it would smash any buttons, on that, obviously. Yeah. I've seen all of those. My dad was a big collector of junk. All of the old stuff, and the old butter churns. And there was the pulpers. They were made from cast metal. Do you remember those ones, guys? They would have been used probably up to late 18th, maybe early 1900s. Yeah. But it's very, very easy to find the old things here in this country, Northwest. Yeah. I mean really easy. Yeah. Hand wash my laundry on a washboard. That's the one. As a lesson when I was younger. Don't remember now what I did, but boy, I never did it again. Yeah, she probably had some nice clean clothes. You probably went out and overdid it. She obviously didn't say anything and changed them again. You did the same thing again. So she said, "Hang on, let's try and show this guy, let's say, what it takes to clean these clothes." But the likes of my gran would have probably have to use the old stuff, and the old red carbolic soap. I've been looking for that everywhere. I found a store that did it, and it was pretty good. And I would wash my hands. It was more nostalgic. It's probably horrible for your skin. And the smell reminded me of my gran. I loved that soap. And I found another store, but the quality of the soap was horrible. You would nearly have to wash your hands 5 times to, your hands were kind of sticky afterwards. The chemical makeup was all off. Yeah. In the bathtub or box wash, you have to wring them out, by hand. Yeah, twisting them. Yeah, exactly. Well, that's where the kind of mango came into place as well to stop that, and you would get more water. But you'd only be using it for the likes of sheets and that. Yeah, but anything with buttons, it would smash buttons. But it would be their version of, you know, the spin cycle on a washing machine. Now, what are we doing here? Oh yeah, we're checking for those boxes. Yeah, they were, they were, they were a tough generation. And they grew their own food and all of that stuff. Well, they bought some in as well, but they mostly did their own stuff. And now, with our generation, if the pizza or takeaway doesn't come to the door, if it comes 5 minutes late, it's like the world ended. So how would they feel if they had to actually go out, kill it, prepare it, and cook it? There's not going to be much hunting on pizza. I don't think they're roaming around freely. Oh yeah. I forget what this stupid thing is. I think it's USO. Decorations. And it's barrels, boxes. There. I'm almost sure it's in here. This would do. Yeah. Even our generation would have a time. Oh, it's not here, guys. Oh, here it is. It is. Ah! You know the one I'm looking for. Oh, it's in Creative Clutter. It's in Creative Clutter, I think. Yeah, we'd have half a chance, I suppose. But the generation after us, zero. Sometimes they find it hard to feed themselves. You know, if everything is not prepared perfectly and there's drama if something is out of place. No. No, not the generation I know, anyway. Oh, drat, where are these things? You know the boxes I'm on about. The Voltec boxes, and that is a shame. It could be an outdoor. Okay, clutter. It's here somewhere, but I don't know where the boxes are. I used them in the other one. People 25 and younger, no chance. Yeah, definitely. Or World War One, Two. Yeah. Or the Civil War. That would have been the 1860s, wouldn't it? No, I don't mind these, to be honest. And we get rid of those. They're really, really hard on the cell. Let's hit 2 of these. 4 would be perfect. Now what I want to do, I want to find a box version of these and fill the crates with them, but we know what's going to happen here. I'm not going to be able to find the stupid things. It's okay. That's perfect, actually. The only thing is, you remember the boxes? I don't know where they are. Hmm. Yeah, I'd have serious problems. Exactly, yeah. That would be bad. And hi, Lord Womack. How are you? I'm sorry, I don't know the meaning of that MOFO. Dolly is backwards. How are you okay, Lord Womack? You seem to be stressed. Are you okay? My, aren't you special? Have you got your tag long, Lord Womack? There's some other stuff here somewhere. I think we get it. Can you remember Northwest where they are? Do you remember the boxes I used? Here, let me save this. Oh, I know they're here somewhere. I'll show you them. I remember they're in my menu somewhere. I think they're in the shops up here. I know I put them somewhere. Hmm. I wouldn't know Womack, but do you have experience in that, yeah? I'll be forewarned, Womack. We're not really into drama and passive-aggressive stuff. We get them here from time to time. And that kind of weird stuff. The people who supplied you that tag feel the same as well. Oh, I don't know where those boxes are, guys. I'll have a quick look. We might find something we need. You seem like a well-rounded, busy guy, Lord Womack. Ah, I see. Now, we're looking for the boxes. I know they're here somewhere. Here were the ones we used, guys, on the radio station. And I know they're in here somewhere. But I just can't find them. Ah, the boxes are brutal, the ones we have here. We might leave it for a while. We do something else. We have shops to do, don't we? We can get back to this one. It's gonna take forever. We might find them later. So, hang on. There's a couple of other things I want to do here. Okay, they're here somewhere. Let's see what we've got. Horrible. Yeah, I can see that work. I just get this one here. My imagination around that. Doesn't really matter. Okay, I think I have a desk fan here somewhere. Well, anyways, back to the ranch. At least I got 5 hours on Morrowind. Nice. And thanks for stopping by, Young. I appreciate it. I hope you have a good one and enjoy your game. And stay safe. You're welcome. And tell your therapist he's doing some great work. Makes Morrowind Oblivion much fun. I think you would be best off watching the Just Chatting channels, Lord Womack. I think it will be down your street. Oh, really, Womack? Oh, you were on earlier. Well, you're done playing today. I think we both know, Womack, you don't want to follow me. Oh my. Now, let me see. Nice. Yeah. Really? I'd say you play with more than boxes, Lord. More Mac. I think you need a better therapist. Now. I got some stuff here somewhere I might do. Seemed like you had, all right. Call the Samaritans, Womack. Daycare. Yeah. We don't like the drama. Ban him. Is there anyone there, guys? Is there any mod there that could ban Lord Womack? Lord Womack is looking for a platform. We're just waiting for him now to tell us about something in the coronavirus that's tracking us next, or maybe the vampire politicians, Lord Womack. I would suggest you go to QAnon. We will report you for this, because I really don't want you back in this stream. Here, I'll do it, guys. I think I can do it from here. There, he's been banned, guys. We don't need that kind of hassle. Oh my. I think he would be better suited watching a bikini stream. I could never understand the psychology behind that, to be honest. Yeah, yeah. He only followed me so he could know when I'm on again, so he could start the whole process over and over and over again. You know what I mean? We're not here, guys, to be targets for idiots. You know what I mean? If he doesn't want to watch this, he doesn't have to. I know it's not everyone's cup of tea, but, you know, we didn't ask him to call around. You know? Yes, probably, yeah. No, he was going to be a problem, guys. You know, right from the start. To be honest, when somebody types in chat, just my guess. Oh, no problem. When someone types in chat like that, right off the bat, right, a complete stranger, you know, it's only going to get worse, guys. You know what I mean? Okay. Exactly. Sometimes you can let the first comment slide because it might be read a room wrong, and it might be a kind of joke that didn't work out, but that was it was a symptom of the current generation, guys. That's what he was. A Call of Duty, you know, foul-mouthed Fortnite player. He was kind of restrained. It's not his first time. He's still listening anyway. But it's not his first time to do it. He was bordering on the, you know, I'm going. Twitch would have something to go on to ban his channel. You know what I mean? So he knows the system. Ah, he's not even worth talking about. Okay. Yeah, it's the boxes. He's had a problem because people couldn't get in here to move these. Yeah, it is backwards. It's supposed to be the other side. But I think he's confusing the game with real life. We won't actually require anyone to move these, nor could they, and this is just a game. Maybe we should have told him that, guys. It was just a game. Yeah. I would consider him to be, I suppose, a level 1 troll. I suppose we could use this. He knows how to make use of his time. I suppose I get the Pip-Boy boxes then, and that's going to be like that. So where is it? Furniture. Oh, it could be in here. Sweet furniture, table, shelves, containers. Where is miscellaneous? Stupid Creation Club. Here. Might be in here. We could use the Pip-Boy crates. Just wanting to find these stupid things. Can't remember where they are. Isn't it strange though to find someone playing on a game, playing with boxes? And here was me thinking that you actually ate them or something. Up and running. I will have zero. Yeah. I have a morbid curiosity. Young. You know, I let them talk a bit. You learn a lot from it. You know, I've always had a morbid curiosity with that kind of mental disorder. And I didn't misspeak, it is definitely a mental disorder. Why would you choose to pick out a stranger at random and carry on like that, unless you had a serious mental issue? Yes, well, I think that's already in stone, to be honest, Northwest. What a lack of self-discipline. We've all skimmed through channels and said, oh, well, no, that's not my thing, I wouldn't watch that. But you wouldn't kind of go into the channel and harass someone. Unless you were a coward hiding behind your internet tag. A keyboard warrior. Yeah. Maybe. Maybe that was your personality. Our pizza. Could be. A kind of Mac job, you're saying. Ah. Okay. Can't seem to find these stupid... No, under no circumstances I can find them. Okay, maybe under decorations. Maybe. Hey, what about these? A bit stupid, isn't it? Not the kind of thing we want. I really need to find those stupid boxes, guys. Don't worry, be happy. I remember that one, Northwest. And even though I haven't heard from her in a long time, she did learn respect in whatever social situation she is in. Nice. Most well, you know what I mean? But when you're here young and Northwest, you are a target. You know what I mean? You are a target. Well, he might have gotten these fixed for the night. Not his first time to do something like that, and someone's shouting on it. Definitely won't be his last. Drat, I really don't know where this junk is. Oh, I know it's in USO, guys, but I can't find it. Okay, we go to decorations. I really thought it was in barrels and boxes. Oh, here it is. You silly bugger. There it is, guys. I got it. Okay, and we'll just pop them in. I just make them and then I'll change the settings. Come on. Oh, there's all sorts here, young. But there must be other platforms out there that's a lot worse. Now, that's the only thing. Oh my. Now let's get some soda. I think I could get a fresh one. Very rarely do I ban someone. Yeah, there is less trolls, but you'll still get them. You'll still get them. I remember when we were on Mixer, Northwest, we used to have a great time. Oh my, very little. Once in a lifetime you'd meet a troll. And then when Ninja and the rest of the mercenaries, you know, when Microsoft paid them to stream on Twitch, the second they would finish, they would start, you know, the viewers would start spamming through the channels and trolling. We had a horrible time. Yeah, a horrible time. I can understand now why some streamers, you know, you can't even follow or chat in their channel unless you have a verified Twitch account linked to your phone number. You're less likely to hide behind something then. You know what I mean? But there's a way around that as well. You can have a disposable mobile phone, but still. You know what I mean? Yeah, we used to have a horrible time. But, like, he was a Boy Scout compared to the guys that used to come on. You know, saying stuff like, you're all a bunch of N-word, you know, and stuff like that. We would ban them instantly. But one guy stands out, and I'll never forget his tag. And that was Mixer. I still remember the first tag I banned him on. And his tag was Pious Rain. Yeah, that was the guy. But we banned him. He was the most racist, disgusting, rude, vile person I've ever had the misfortune of meeting on a social media platform. For no reason. So he came back under 3 other tags. We banned him again. We always knew it was him, because for some reason he would always type out that line from the song, "Hello darkness, my old friend." And he died down for a few months, and then he came back with some amusing tags. And one was, "Croc is one hater." And then FGS banned him and gave him some stick. And then he came back with another another tag, and he had an FGS in it as well. We eventually got fed up. Good times. We're getting a little bit of hit here, but it should be okay. Probably. But strangely, Northwest, I know the personality type. I do. You know what I mean? It's just now, let's say, I knew that personality type long before social media was a thing. Social media now is a tool for them to express themselves without any fear of retribution. But to meet that guy in real life, you wouldn't hear a peep from him. Yeah. He's the guy you would see and not notice. You know that guy? Either that or he's on a soapbox prophesizing the end of the world. One or another. It's always one extreme or another. But I can tell you one thing, he's not a rogue scholar anyway. Oh, they're good on social media. Yeah, they're brilliant on social media. Oh, hang on. Hang on, we never did the setting. Just stack away those boxes and that would be enough. There we go. Road scholar. Oh. Yeah. Of a large automobile. It's really an unappealing trait, to be honest. I can understand not liking one's channel. Or finding it boring, of course. But, to go the whole hog and come in and do something like that, it's... a bit off. Oh, I know the type. That's with him all my life. He's gonna have some interesting relationships. My God, even if you're extremely well balanced and trying 100% in all the right ways, it's hard to keep a relationship together. Imagine if that was your attitude. kind of, yeah. But it's as again, it's hard to know. You would have to, see how they would act. Let's say face to face. And if he's true to the type I think he is, what probably gets him off is listening to the channel after to see what we're saying about him. But we didn't disappoint him. But there's a certain type, guys, and don't get me wrong by saying this, when they do something like that and you make a comeback and cut them literally from the legs, you know what I mean? Like, let's say when he said, it sounds like a phone sex thing, and I said, well, I wouldn't know, but you would probably have experience in that. A half-intelligent person would be embarrassed because, he got his legs cut right from under him. But they ignore it like it's not said. They totally erase it from their minds and carry on as before. You know what I mean? I've only seen that in one kind of person. Someone on the maximum extreme right. He is our buddy, yeah. I could not understand that. It's like if you're doing a debate and somebody says something to you, and you will literally, beyond a doubt, prove what they said to be suspect. They absolutely ignore that and carry on their argument. There's no winning against a person that delusional. Oh, give us something to talk about anyway. There we go, guys. That's what I'm looking for. And they're what? Vault-Tec suits? Yeah, vault suit. Perfect. Let's see, we'll have a good supply of suits. What is the time? Yeah, this can take a while, but still, at least we'll have them out of the way. So, is there any new games coming out, guys, you might think would be interesting? And coffee and MSET. Nice. That Valheim, I'm pretty interested in that one. Yeah, we are. It's just a kind of minimal thing in here, but it will fill it up. And this was the thing that was kind of holding us back. It is kind of unstable, but what can we do? We're at the mercy of the cell, really. Starfield. Only two ones I'm interested in. Northwest, Starfield, and Valheim. I'm a creature of habit, unfortunately. Oh yeah, the older ones, but I'm saying, let's say, due for release. Well, on Xbox console at least. Are we hunkered down, are we? We are. Oh my, serious glitching, but once we come in from the other side, we should be okay. I might buy PlayStation 5 next month, we'll see. Nice. Can't play Valhalla on it, but my PlayStation 4 has been the best system I've ever owned. Nice. Might just end up with both consoles. Well, it's gonna eventually be like that. So, the consoles in power and graphics and that are probably pretty much the same. So, for you to be down to the kind of games that's only available Northwest on PlayStation, would that be your, let's say, main thing? Or would it be, let's say, I've had a, pretty much like me, I've had a PlayStation for so long, I'm not changing now. So what would be the sticker for you? Series X and PlayStation 5. It's going to be console wars, like Sega versus Nintendo. Yeah. If it is, if Microsoft could take them out if they wanted to. But they're legendary for making boneheaded decisions. So it could go either way, to be honest. They had Sony on the ropes back at the end of the 360 era on the launch of the PlayStation 1. And they let that one slip. And that's long over 20 years and they're still lagging behind. Mm. Yeah, it's looking that way, isn't it? I guess I have all the games I ever wanted on PlayStation 4, so it makes no sense. Yeah, you kind of have it so long, kind of thing. Well, I suppose it's important to acknowledge how Sony got to where they are. Let's say if we were going for console sales, going back to the beginning, well, how they kept their and maintained their lead, and I mean it's a big lead. If you were to believe the reports from these companies. But apparently in Europe 80%, let's say between all the sales from Xbox and PlayStation, 80% of all the sales go to Sony and 20 to Microsoft. In Asia it's about 95% to Sony, which I kind of find hard to believe. They pulled a few little pranks there, and I thought that would put them down a few pegs, and 5 or 6% to Microsoft. Now, that could be just Microsoft, putting on what we call a poor mouth to the regulators because of the recon- recent acquisition they're trying to push through. You know, they need permission from the EU if they're gonna, sell the stuff here after that acquisition. So it might just be that. But Sony did a pretty aggressive move, let's say, in the start of the consoles. They went all out and they targeted young adults, 17, 18, 19, and that was their target. And I'm going, way, way back. They did huge ad campaigns and, lots of stuff like that. Every single one of them, as far as I'm concerned, was weird and a disaster. But one in particular, let's say in the UK, I remember, I went around to all the bars. Oh, 65 games, nice. Yeah, you've got so much stuff, so you'd have to change over and buy them all again when you're quite happy with what you have. I would be the same. And they actually paid the people in the bars to set up a room where people could come in and play the console for free. So targeting, that. So after a while, obviously, they started to buy them, and it's always been, the PlayStation has always been associated with, that kind of, young adult kind of thing. And the Xbox kind of fell back into the realms of kind of, kids kind of thing. But they did a lot of stuff to get it where it was. And, of course, the exclusivity thing they have. All of the games they won't share, let's say, on the Xbox platform. Not only that, if someone has a game on theirs, they'll do a deal with them to make it an exclusive there as well. They've been doing that for 2 decades. So I was surprised when Sony put in an objection against the acquisition from Microsoft because they would make games exclusive when they've been doing it for 20 years. Hypocritical, to say the least. Oh yeah, it was. It was. The 360 wasn't bad either. It was a good, solid console, but it had some big overheating problems. But if you had a desk fan on it, it would be perfect. But not everyone is prepared to do that. Yes, exactly. They're aging and they've been playing on their PlayStations with their family, and their kids got used to PlayStation. So, like a religion almost. My dad had a PlayStation. I have his dad had a PlayStation, and I have a PlayStation kind of thing. Yes, now you're getting it. Now you're getting it. Yeah. That's what my dad played on. You know what I mean? So it worked out, definitely worked out for them long term. But the way I see it going, people these days will almost buy a console around the game, if you know what I mean. Oh, hi, Scantron, the Immortal, thanks for following. Appreciate it, and welcome. And how have you been, Scantron? I'm not really a Sony fanboy or anything, yeah. It's just that PlayStation 2 and 4 were the systems I happened to end up with. Yeah, a kind of used to loyalty thing. I think the vast majority would be like that. Northwest. I would be like trying to switch to... yes, yeah, exactly. Exactly. And how have you been, Scantron? I hope you've been well. Okay, it's halfway there. I just get the rest in. Been alright. Oh, that's good to hear. Heard you don't still while playing Witcher 3. Oh, that's right. Yesterday. We've been kind of doing a day on, day out. Thought it were to follow. And thanks for following, Scantron. I appreciate it. So, what's your favourite game, Scantron? Are you into these kind of... I am, actually, in a big way. Skyrim would be my favourite game. These kind of large, open world, touch of medieval kind of thing. Yeah. And, well, all RPGs, really. But on this one, I'm just doing some building. It's a bit of a change, you know, I can kind of wind down a little bit. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, we're doing Vault 88. And I'll show you what we've been up to. This is the original part of the vault, obviously, and we've just been making some changes on the flooring and decoration. It's kind of unstable out here. There's a memory leak coming from the quarry, so it might be a little bit unstable. Just added some lighting in that, I'll be fixing it up a little better later. You see what I mean about the unstableness? But I have fixed up security. So this is the new look. And of course our holding cells. It's always going to be unstable out here. Well, we've done a pretty big build on the inside. So this is the original vault. So obviously, you know, from this piece in, this is our build. It's kind of big. So here we've went with cryopods, tons of them. These will eventually be 4 shops, and I haven't got around to doing them. We've got our bedroom in here. RPGs are a close second to military tank games. Nice, but I do enjoy Fallout. Among others very much, yeah. Yeah, there's some good ones. And the strategy games as well. This one we've actually finished. This is our chem shop. We just gotta go. I don't bring the settlers in until it's finished. This will be our chem shop here. What I've done in this settlement is right in the center. We've done a little park. And once I get some NPCs in here, it should be okay. And we have a kind of promenade of shops on the top. Almost finished except the clinic. So this has been a kind of long build. And that's our controllers, let's say, for the cryopods. And I've just a little bit of decorating here for our overseer's office. I'll get around to it later. Shouldn't take long. So this is our promenade. Once I get some settlers in, it shouldn't be too bad. I've heard good things about World of Tanks. I've seen it, yeah, a few times. We've got our trader shop here. These took forever to do because of the furniture. Well, this is our barber shop. Of course, our armor shop. We have toilets here. Weapons here. Good, yeah. Just hyper-competitive war. There is statistics compared and allows for less mistakes. Armored warfare these days. More modern tanks and a lot more relaxing. Cool. Now, that's the only thing we've got left to do. The clinic. So I haven't really decided one way to fix that one yet. But I have a few ideas. This is our robot sales shop. Robco. There's a lot of objects in this for Vault 88. We're just barely making it. You know, it's not a great place to build. And clothing here. We actually even have a classroom. That's our classroom. Remember the memory leak we had here young? I managed to get rid of that. I got lucky. I got a super mutant attack and I drew them down here on the outside and scrapped them. It seemed to have sealed that leak, but I think it pushed it further to the other side. But at least with such players. Yeah, I need a bit more. Nice. And of course our coffee shop. And that's it. That's everything we've done on this one. Would you believe, guys, after I finish the stream, what time is it? Let's see. 24. I haven't slept in over 30 hours. Yeah. It's been about that. Now, let's get going with this guy. We'll see if we can finish it. Well, the sooner we get done with this area, we can move back in. Once this area is done, it's just 3 small shops and that tiny little bit in the overseer's office and the clinic. But still. Yeah. Well, usually, after my last stream, I would have gone asleep. But not long after, I had to attend that funeral mass, and that can kind of go on, and then you got to pay your respects, and there's probably a little function after, and you get back and it's quite late, and I can as well, but if you do it endlessly, it will kill you. Yeah, absolutely kill you. But it affects me a lot more now, northwest, let's say, than it used to. I have to wind down. Really? I would just pass out, I suppose. I'm expecting to pass out sometime later today. But now I'm so jacked up because of no sleep. Even if I wanted to try and sleep now, I couldn't. But I had to force myself to stay awake. I couldn't miss that funeral mass, guys, where's the boxes? There they are. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah, yeah. I'll start to get dizzy, I suppose, when I get tired. Then I've got no choice. I've got about 15 minutes then before I just go into a coma, maybe 20 if I'm lucky. Yeah, yeah. The safety system in your body kicks in. But usually I wouldn't stay awake that long. Just a few things cropped up together, you know. Oh, don't get me wrong, when I was younger, when I was working, I would probably do it too much. A little bit claustrophobic. Oh. No, I've never had myself a problem with that. I don't think I have any phobias. But I remember when they were doing a folk MRI. You go into that small space, barely enough room to breathe. They slide you in on a trolley. So the guy said, "Oh, if you're feeling nervous or whatever, give us a shout. A lot of people can't use this." So I said, "I'm okay." So it took about 20, 25 minutes, I think. But he literally had to pull me out and wake me up. I fell asleep in that MRI machine. It was just so peaceful. But literally entirely around me, no more than just a few inches. That didn't really bother me. Although I'm not that fond of heights. I wouldn't say I have a phobia, I think. More of a healthy fear. And hi, Bamboozle. Just getting the last of this decorating done. It's always been a drag, but it still needs to be done. these boxes. Nice. Okay. There. God. Let's see how it looks. Yeah, that's what we want to see. Just one more. And then some light decoration. This kind of junk is taking forever, isn't it? Now while it's counting down, I'll get something to drink, I think. As far as service all date, how well you think it will go? Oh, on this, it's always been kind of hard to build here because of the memory leaks, especially when you tend to overbuild. We're just to kind of fix up here, but we've done a lot inside. Yeah, they should go pretty okay. Not quite sure, let's say, once I get my settlers in. I've never built to this much detail here before because of the problems, you know. But we still got, what's her name, Valerie. We still got the original vault overseer here. I managed to keep her in the quest, and of course Clem. Yeah. So we'll be the power behind the throne, I think. But it's just the decoration of this place is always a drag. It's just far too big. And of course I didn't help it either by building a massive complex the other side. Now, so just 8 more on this and we should be good. Silly boxes. and 4 on the bottom. There's 2 more should do it. Oh. There. I think that would work. Yep. Oh, hang on. At last. Okay, that's our racking, packing, and stacking. That looks a lot better. Tiny bit of decoration around here. I think it's already got a door, hasn't it? It has, it has. Yeah. There we go. Oh, no problem, no West. It's no problem. Okay. I just keep forgetting to sleep at the right times because of no light in here. Oh, it's not too bad on the script anyway. It's still holding together. Now. So this is what we have so far, guys, in decoration-wise. A couple of things on the tables, and I think the walls and that are okay. So the last thing I want to do is overdo this. See what I mean? I think it would be okay at that. So, some small things here. Look at that, for a memory leak. Now you see it, now you don't. A few coffee cups, ashtrays. Yeah, that would work. That would do it. Coffee and cigarettes. Yeah. Now. And, how many coffee cups? Where are we? Kitchen, clutter. There. I'll give them black coffee. They'll need it. We change our settings. That should do. I don't think we'll overdo this in here. Well, I guess I was the next generation. Oh. Definitely, yeah. Now. Okay, we're probably better off using the setting on this instead of glitching. They're not that kind of pieces. There. I think that would do. I think after this, unless we come up with something interesting. Alright, let's get these 6 pieces in. Oh, is that other guy? Yeah, black coffee. It doesn't have to be perfect, just, roughly. Oh, hang on. There. Okay, where's that other coffee cup? Oh, there it is. Oh, pretty good, Bamboozle. Once we finish here, there's just some minor stuff to do in the main spot. Then that little bit in the overseer's office. Those 3 shops, those 3 small shops that have been bugging me. And the clinic. Yeah, I've got a good bit done. But there's a lot of kind of monotonous, nitty-gritty stuff to be done. Yeah, this is going to be one of those ones. But pretty good. So what have you been up to today, Bamboozle? There. Ah, just two more. You see that? This fire, like, you can actually see the steam rising from the coffee cup on that one, but it's kind of hard to see, let's say, when it's on the table. Yeah, you can if you look really closely. Ta-da! It just gives it something else. What do you think, guys? You know what do it? It's a pity I don't have no nuclear waste bars or any of those. I think that's not bad. I think that would do. The last thing I want to do is put tons of junk in here. Oh, hang on. Anything we can use here? Let me see. I think there is one or two things we can use. Creative clutter. There's two open toolboxes that would work well here. Not much fun today. I've been home all day, so mostly chores and eldering. Oh, nice. So you got some time in to play games. Ah, that's good. Okay. It's actually not. Yeah, it should be in creative clutter, but let me see. That's just weapons. Miscellaneous. Oh, I'm tempted. I'm tempted. I know, but see, we're starting to stack on it and the junk now on this. And it's not really stable enough for this. Oh my god, that is unstable. Okay, we're in trouble here, guys. Can we get this out? Oh, drat. Please tell me I saved after this. That is way, 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 way. That's after kicking everything up sideways. No. Oh, for God's sake. I should have saved it. I didn't expect that to be a problem. They've used some kind of Nava mesh here, and once I pushed in the shelf I couldn't get it back. It's getting highly unstable. I'll just put the ashtrays and cups in and we'll leave it, guys. Yeah. Unfortunately I have to do this stupid thing again. Greedy. I got greedy. That's a pity. Okay. I'll do this as quickly as I can. To be honest, I wasn't really happy with that anyway. What can we do? There's not really There's not enough room for... No. I wonder is there something we could glitch in this place just to get it over quickly. No, not really. That was a mess up. Yeah, let's look around. Well, they're the only ones I could use, to be honest. The books. Oh, they're not bad. Yeah, okay. Go with the books. Oh. Okay, they're not a problem. There's a lot of junk here. We'll be sure to save this time, but I think that's it. We'll finish it at this. There are 3 coffee cups. There's far too much stuff going into this vault as is. I think that would do it. Now, kitchen clutter. And that guy. Oh, the tables won't actually hold anything. I've got to use that place anywhere mod to get it to stay. There it is, guys. Okay, that's it. We can't chance anymore, it's too unstable. Okay, we're done here. That's it, out from some NPCs. Now what do we do with this? Let's get the bed and light back in. Out of the way. Some minimum out here. Something maybe in one piece as well. Not to overload this thing too much. I don't want to get out of the front part here and get it over with. Let's grab some soda. Remove those beds. Or bed, I should say. Now, I think it would be prudent to finish down on this floor before we do the clinic. We'll leave the clinic last. Perfect, I just need some lighting. It's not too bad here, that's a bit dark. Oh, the settings is turned off. I get that setting one moment. Let's get that setting. Just need a tiny bit more lighting. I can shut down that end. Minimum on the rest. Something very, very minimum. Oh, I see. No. Yeah, all the doors are up and going. Yeah, not too bad with the lighting here. Well, that's our lighting actually. No. No. Oh, I see. We're in trouble. This stuff is not going to glitch. Fair enough. Here we go back to SOE, I'm afraid, for this one. Too much. That's it. Mid-dim. Ah, we need one on there as well. There. Where's the other one gone? There it is. Yep. Now, you see this here? I wonder if we can do anything with, probably not with the signage. I think that's enough. That's enough. Oh, that's kind of cagey, isn't it? Maybe just that corner. Yeah, I think that's the way it's gonna be. We need a few. I hate using these. They're very, very hard on the cell. Still a bit shadowed. Okay, I need 3. That's the problem with this. Once you put in 1, you can't stop. You see what I mean? It actually needs 2 more. And, well, 1 here, where you put 1 in and it just keeps going. Well, we might as well go for it, I suppose. There we go. Okay, that's enough lighting. Right, let's save this one. Road Scholar is doing right now. Oh. He's probably having his cookies and milk. going to bed. Our buddy, yeah. Oh, hi, Q. How are you? I hope you've been well. And what have you been up to, Q? Closing down on this is giving us a lot of hassle. I mean, an absolute ton of hassle. This, I'm kind of happy with leaving it the way it is, to be honest. I'm up at one large toolbox, but you know, that would be it. I've got to minimize this. It's starting to give a lot of trouble. Porridge and a whacking. Probably. Hmm. Never knew. We paid for later, yeah? Cookies and milk. So, how's your day been, Q? There. So we gotta go minimum on this, guys. And then we can close that up and have it done. I'm not sure about putting any doors in there, but you see this? It doesn't have a door. How could anyone be so silly? Guys, that deserves a door, and I'll tell you one thing about putting a door in here. It will save the stupid massive glitch we're getting. You see this? Now watch. We're looking this way. Oh. I don't know, do we really need a door? Let's see if it will take a door. Some Oreos and milk. Yeah, we were just there a few hours ago. Well, what was it, about an hour or two ago? We were graced by yet another rogue scholar. He was concerned about this. Here. He was concerned that, you know, because it's that way around, they wouldn't be able to get it and push it out. So, I didn't have the heart to tell him that it was only a game and nobody's going to be moving it. Nah, just a troll we had. Apparently he was into 976 calls. Wouldn't like to be getting his phone bill. Drat. This is really getting me down, this memory leak. I'll be happy when I get out of Vault 88. Now, we'll go with a classic on this one. Let's see if I can find it. not exactly what I wanted. That's a pity. Here. I can get an NPC in here with a wrench. Yeah. That might work. Just checked in with your unit, yeah. Wonder what the next project will be. Oh, I haven't decided yet. There's still a good few to go, guys. There's Murkwater construction site. It's a horrible place to build. It would be a good place to try out some new things. It's actually not far from here, Murkwater. I think that's all I want to put there. And that, well, the developer put that there, but I would prefer it to be much higher. Okay, that's it. I just want this to be large winding corridors. I think I'm gonna go all out for that. The door on that one, I left it out. I wonder will it snap completely in, or will I have to make something? Probably make something. Yeah. We'll have to do it the hard way, guys. Pity. I'd prefer to go for the smaller one than if we're going to do that. Yeah, you're never going to get that stupid thing to build, are you? Horrible situation. I'll have to build that somewhere, guys. There's another one here that hasn't got a door. It's got to be something better than this. I think I'll use the thinner ones. If they build, we can push them through. The problem with those... okay. These ones are an SOE. This should be the last of it then. And just a few crates hanging around, just to fill it up. And then we'll be good here, I'd say. There it is. Okay. Okay, let's have a look at that one. I might have to go through onto that. Oh yeah. it's not too bad except for that one. Oh, we just push this onto the plat. Over here. Oh. Yeah, stupid thing has gone sideways. Oh, you just gotta drop it down a fraction. There. Okay, I think we got it, guys. Oh, drat. Oh, it's slightly bigger than the other one. I don't know what we could do about that. There's not a ton we can do. Well, at least it's working. That's a pity, it's slightly bigger. This call, yeah. Well, oh sorry. Well, I'm now going to take my leave now for some gaming to try out with a friend. And thanks for stopping by, Scantron. I appreciate it. I hope you have a good rest and I hope you have a great day tomorrow. Have a good one. Take care. Stay safe. Bye. Sorry, I was just so into that I forgot to watch my message board. It's on a laptop, Scantron, to my right, and I keep forgetting to, glance over. Once I get into this, I kind of forget about everything else. You see the like of that? That can be pushed through. You know that? There's plenty of room. There's no need to settle for that. I can push it straight through. There's plenty of enough room. There's double, actually. That's why they didn't put a door in. There's two of them. Oh, I see. I see where you're going with this. Stupid of me. There it is, guys. That would probably work. Yeah, that would do. I don't think I've got any problem with that one. There. Perfect fit. There, we'll call it on that. Stupid door. Can't blame them for leaving it out, to be honest. It's hardly worth the hassle. No problem. I'll show myself, Mr. Almost about old stuff, yeah? Oh, nice. Case in point, put me in, Mr. Northwest. Yeah, yeah. Oh, that's cool. The last generation of my family that was in the military would have been during the Second World War. Merchant Navy, UK. And before that, both sides. Yeah, in the Great War. And we still have the photographs of that one. Now, that's it, guys. That's the best we can get that. That's almost perfect. Actually, it is perfect. Much better. That's killing me, that memory leak. Like a magician. I changed all of those as well, but that's it. Now, I want to leave everything pretty original if I can. So what do we do here just to make this place look lived in? This is kind of okay. Oh, look at this. We can't have those. Maybe some bars or something. Some crates would work. They're not going to work anyway. Something big. Oh, I've got, let me show you. And it would fill this place up nicely. Ew, look at that for a problem. Ooh, nasty. Let me show you this one. I think it's yellow as well. Where did I see this one? I haven't used these in ages. Power. Ah. Okay, it's here somewhere. Yeah, okay, here it is. See this junk? I could drop that down in there or something similar. Let me get something the right size. That one would look cool. There's something to fill it up with. And I can lich that right through the floor. I think. Excuse me. Something big to just fill up the area. Colouring is kind of okay as well. I usually do it properly, but I can't be putting too many pieces in here. Okay, we can leave that. Maybe drop that down a fraction. I would say to there. That's more like it. This, however, now is a little out of place, but we'll go with it. I don't know if there's anything else here that would suit. No, not really. I get this stupid thing out of the way. Okay, that might have a place. There. Yeah, that would work, guys. Now, well, how's about getting rid of this junk here? I'm just putting something like that in. Yeah, that would do. Keep the pressure off the cell. That's enough, guys. There's too much junk here. Killing it. Right. Here's a problem, alright. Oh, that's silly. be a problem with that. You see, if I could just get those through. The light is killing it. That's an interesting look, isn't it, guys? Also, big Christmas ago. Brotherhood or Minutemen? I kind of, well, I build a lot, so you can't really fall out with the Minutemen. But let's say out of the Railroad, the Brotherhood, and the Institute, probably the Brotherhood. They've got some cool stuff, and you get to use Boston Airport. But you can't ever really fall out with the Minutemen, to be honest. Now, having said that, guys, there's something better we could use here. It's been a long time since I did the questing on this. They won't push through. Isn't that a shame? Oh, hang on. There we go. That is exactly what I was looking for. Yeah, something like that. And we'll push it down, like so. I'll see if I can probably hide one of them. You know what I mean? That would look pretty sweet. I need two. Just to hide that. Now let's see. Well, I better save this and we better see what time it is. There's just a couple of doors to go. 6, okay, we get some sleep. Yeah, usually I go with a brother, but I'd be kind of biased because I'd want to use Boston Airport. The Institute, let's say if you're building, there's no real benefit. Doesn't matter about Bunker Hill because, you know, you'll get that through the Institute or the Brotherhood. But morally, that's a different one. Well, the Railroad are hell-bent on saving robots while, you know, everyone else is dying around them. They're ineffective and delusional. The Brotherhood are racist and driven by technology. And then you have the Institute, where literally mad. Big Brother kind of thing. Strange enough, probably, you'd have some chance of directing the Brotherhood. But I suppose that's the beauty in the factions in these games and the decisions and that. There's arguments for every side. It's like the Stormcloaks and the Empire in Skyrim. Oh, that's gotta go. Yeah, that's something I just gave myself some temporary light with. I need to take that one out. There. Now, Let's have a look at these guys. You know what? I could take this out. I could put that somewhere else. Oh, that's not gonna work. Drat. Okay, I might be able to use you somewhere else. One shot deal, is it? No. Careful. Not really. And this, guys, is why we have reload the console tower. There you go. There. Okay, hang on. That's not bad. Factions, we're having good and bad, yeah. Always a hard decision to make. Want to become famous. Nice. The bot stopped him. He's found a way around it again. I'm surprised Twitch hasn't done something about that. Must be working. I must be actually making money from that. What's the best mod for settlements? Hi, Arthur. Well, for the decorating and design work, I would have to say Place Anywhere. Yeah. I would have to say. It's definitely the most handy. You know, without Place Anywhere, this wasn't happening here. This one. But I would say that if I was to pick one mod that's most useful to me. Oh, still on Xbox, cool. I would say Place Anywhere. I think one is enough, guys. Let's push that there for a moment. Let's see, can we find something a little smaller, but it won't fit through. That's the oh, hang on. We have a winner. Yes, we have. We have a winner. Ah, pity. You see the problem with putting that piece in? As you can see, that's going to be ham-fisted. Whatever, we'll use this. I'd always prefer that to be there, to be honest. I won't change its placement. There. Yeah, that would work a little better. Yeah, okay, that's not too bad, I suppose. Yeah, Place Anywhere would be my, I'd say, the handiest mod I have, by far. Now, I have a plan for this one. We could go with that. and just show those, or probably that one. Personally, I prefer to go with these, but maybe. I see, that's the problem. Stupid. It's not giving me accurate sizes. Side pieces will always kill me. Yeah, it's the side piece that's going to get me on that. Not big enough. And this is probably way too big. Okay, I need a save here, but that's okay. I don't think we'll be doing anything with that guy. Too dark. Yeah, just slap a few of them around, we should be okay. I just finished Nuke Vault. Nice, now I'm back with Preston. But I don't know which faction to go with, like the Minutemen or the Brotherhood of Steel. Well, I almost always go... Well, it doesn't really matter with the Minutemen, to be honest, just to get all the settlements and do the requests up to a certain point. But if you want to use Boston Airport, you know, there's always a good reason for going with the Brotherhood, Arthur. Yeah, sure, I'll show you. Oh, and hi Destiny, and hi Oz, and how are you guys? Hope you've been well. I just saved this here, Arthur, and I'll show you the mods. And I'll show you guys what I've been doing. Actually, I'll show you what I've been doing quickly. We have a memory leak, but I think I can keep it under control. So I've replaced these lights, and I've done the lighting. I've added this door here. And I've finished, well, obviously more lighting. I finished our security office. Doesn't look much, but it took a long time to do. And we've got 2 holding cells. And we put in from scratch. So we can get 2 prisoners in there, so that's our security office. We've done a bit down here as well. And we're just finishing up out of here so we can, you know, call this done. Yeah, and a sink. It is. Yeah, we're even nice to our prisoners here. But we did give them a stained mattress. Oh, sorry, the mods, yeah. I'll show you. Yeah? So I'm using the patch, Arthur. and I'll just show you the building mods and that. There's some clothing mods and stuff, but I hardly ever use them like those. So I'm using the unofficial patch. I'm using a mod called Settlement Electricity Overhaul, so I don't have to use wires and stuff. You know, it's pretty good. So you don't have to use generators either. So it's called Settlement Electricity Overhaul. Now this is the USO mod, and I built the likes of the one at 10 pounds with that one. And some of the mods I'm using will not let me get other mods. Yeah. And it's only, 2 gigabyte, yeah. Yeah, it's got to be under 2 gigabyte. Some would clash, and let's say some mods would need what they call a base core component, you know, to run them. Like this one, USO. This is a base game core component here. It's tiny. And then, so that's the starter one, but you get nothing with it. It just, you know, weaves everything together, so to speak. And that's where the stuff is in, the Wasteland Workshop. And that one there is so you can use it on all the DLC. So those three are together. USO base game core component, the Wasteland Workshop, and the Season Pass add-on. So there's a lot of marble and trees and stuff. You'll need them. They're pretty nice. Snappy House Kit. And that's the one you should try, Arthur, especially if you're starting off. There's actually complete houses in this that you can just plop down, you know. Would make your builds really quick. If you're doing like a small town or village or something, if you had a room in the likes of, you know, Spectacle Island, I think you'd like Snappy House Kit is really good. Or if you're fixing up a broken down house, it's got all of the parts, you know, from those houses in the game. There's a lot of stuff in that. Unbelievable, man. It's big. It is big. It's almost a quarter of a gigabyte. So about 1/8 of your allowance. But it's worth it, you know, with the stuff it has. I would highly recommend Snappy House Kit. It has a little bit of a learning curve, but not much. Settlement Objects Expansion Pack. Those computers I was using a moment ago. That's from that. So you'll get water panels, waterfalls, SOE, Institute type stuff, you know. That kind of synth look. So that's Settlement Objects Expansion Pack, and these are all Xbox. G2M Workshop. You need the Fire Harbor DLC for that one. It's rough. I only use the fish from it, to be honest. And those beds you've seen in the cell, military beds, they come from that. But I use very, very little from that, because it's a little bit too lore friendly for me. So it's called G2M Workshop. But if you're looking for fish, it's the only place you're going to get them on Xbox. And to use them correctly, you'll need Place Anywhere. You'll need help with them. Grounded. It's a very old mod. I don't know if it's still available or Arthur. I've had it a long time. So you get some dead trees and rocks and, you know, different ground textures like leaves and stuff. It's nice for doing outdoor kind of nature builds. But it might still be available. Xbox, yeah. So if you're on Xbox, yeah, you should be able to get every single one of these. And this is the Lord Order as well. I've done thousands of hours on this, on those, and never had one problem. Vault-Tec Anywhere. I get it because I don't do the quest and I just need the pieces, and that allows me access to the pieces without doing the Vault-Tec quest. You know, because I always start up a new game for every settlement, so it wouldn't be worth my while repeatedly doing that quest over and over. That's an old one I'm going to get rid of shortly. It's post supports and beams. I rarely use it. It's very, very lore friendly, you know. It's not that good. It's a really old one. Craftable Institute elevators. Just some Institute elevators. Like the ones you see in the Institute. They're pretty glitchy, to be honest. Auto closing doors and gates, pretty good. You know, you open them, they close about 5 seconds later. Very handy, you know, in a settlement, you know how settlers like to leave doors open. But very limited and very lower friendly. Not enough. But there's a few you might be able to use. That's the only fault I haven't had, not enough. K-Core's simple miss settlement objects. There's some furniture, some plants, and some other stuff. It's kind of like a mishmash, you know. That's an old one as well. Not Your Average Neon is a neon light mod for really large neon signs, you know, for your settlement. It's got some other stuff as well. This one is called Silo House. I don't think it's available anymore on Xbox, I'm not sure. And it has some neons and bar items. This one here is Better Stores. It has also neon bar items as well. And Realistic Bar Items Xbox. Pretty much the same, but it gives me different stuff. So those three are kind of the same, but gives me more of a variety. And Realistic Bar Items, it's just 4.41 MB, so, you know, not a lot of room and a nice amount of stuff. Renovated Furniture Xbox is just a furniture mod, you know, tables, chairs, that kind of thing. Crimson Rider's unique furniture is pretty much like K-Core's. You know, you get some furniture and some plants and stuff. You know, again, a kind of a mix. Renovated Decorations Xbox is a really, really, really old mod. I had it since I first started doing mods on this. And it's just a carpet mod. And I keep it around, you know, because it has a few different rugs, and sometimes when I get into problems with Snappy House Kit carpets, and this one is a slight bit thicker and easier to use. Modular Kitchens Update, don't get that one. It's lower friendly kitchens, and it's very glitchy, and you rarely get the sinks. They're just too rough. I will definitely be getting rid of that one. HZY Furniture. Again, a furniture mod. It's got some nice bits and pieces, but my god, it's huge. It's 225. I needed a kitchen, and it's got a really nice kitchen. That's the only reason, but it was a big sacrifice, you know, that much room just for a kitchen. But I got that one. It's got some other pieces as well, but they've added way too much Navamesh and stuff on it, and they've made it too bulky, too flashy. But there's some nice baths and toilets and things, you know. Luminous Workshop Lights. Basically, it makes your vanilla lighting 50% brighter. I'll soon be getting rid of that one. And that one as well. Snap above vault wall lights. Basically, it gives you more snap points in the vault, but I don't need it now because I've placed anywhere. Coloured Workshop Lights, I would recommend. It gives you all different colours and lighting on the kind of vanilla stuff. Old World Decorations is basically a poster mod. Happy Maker 9000 comes in a form of radio or jukebox. Basically, once you build one of these, as long as you've got enough food, water, beds, and defense, it will quickly raise your happiness level to 100, regardless of how many robots you have, even if they're all robots, even though they're capped at 50% happiness. This will raise them, it will ignore that, raise them to 100. That's a sniper rifle that I have for settlers, and some clothes and stuff for settlers. And basically that's just a matter of taste, you know. That's all that is. Move That Workbench is pretty good. But if you get it, make sure you move your workbench quite quickly before you do too much building. Because sometimes if you build too much, you try and grab and move it, it will crash your game or drop your frame rate to maybe one every 5 or 10 seconds, one frame. So, it can get nasty if you don't move it straight away. And that's just a quest I have. I use the cheat terminal for materials, for building, kind of like creative mode in Minecraft. So it's really handy for that. And clearing the weather. You will when you're working outside. You need to clear those storms. Food and water supply crates. Xbox. So I don't plant crops. It's the buggiest thing in the game. But let's say you get food and water crates. Now, these supply 5 water and 5 food. So you got 20 settlers, so you build 5, let's say 4 of each. You have exactly 20 food. So there's nothing left over in the workbench, which is good. You don't need that for lag. And it feeds directly to the workbench, so it keeps everyone alive and you get no waste. It's really good. Stop settlement attacks. Well, I really don't need this anymore, so I'll eventually probably be getting rid of that. So if you've got a ton of settlements, they won't get attacked. But the settlement that you're in will have a small chance of getting attacked. And the ones you're not in will have a 0 chance of being attacked. So that's Stop Settlement Attacks Xbox. STS, and that's called Scrap That Settlement. And STS Extras Living in Dead is an add-on. So it's a very, very light scrapping mod, Arthur. But I'd use it sparingly. Only if you have to scrap something. And it won't scrap everything. It's pretty limited. It won't scrap houses or anything, let's say, like scrap everything. Some trees and plants and rubbish and stuff. But unless you absolutely have to, don't scrap it. It's not good for the game. Even having this in your menu can cause problems. But for me, it's worth it. Now that's just a questing mod. Disable Minutemen's annoying quests, and they're all kind of got to do with gameplay. This is a good one. Dogs Not Brahmin. This changes all of your trader Brahmin to dogs. Trash can Carlos Brahmin, so that will stop that problem we have with Trash Can at Century. And all of the other traders as well. But not only that, your provisioners as well. So there'll be no more trader Brahmin, just dogs. Like the ones the Minutemen patrols go with, and that's pretty good. That can save a lot of bugs. And this is just a preset my character came in on. The Mary Jane Companion mod. I literally just got it for a dance mat. It's huge. It's just a companion, a place, and some very limited stuff. It's definitely not worth it. And Busy Settler Rugs, Xbox. You can get people welding and fishing and all of that stuff. It's got a learning curve. If you're going to use Busy Settler Rugs, don't use the slot machines from the Voltec DLC or the coffee machines, or these won't work. So you'll have to do without those, but it's worth it again. And there's probably my favourite mod, Place Anywhere. And this, you can place objects together. You could even create your own objects in a way, which I've done from time to time. But it's extremely handy. OC Decorator, Xbox, it's very, very limited. Not many pieces. But you won't be able to work this one. You'll definitely need the cheat terminal, because it will only make certain objects static. But you've got to have them in your menu as well, You've got to be carrying them. So you'd probably need the cheat terminal with that one. Creative Clutter, it's for Xbox as far as I'm concerned, the best mod out there for bric-a-brac, ashtrays, things you leave around to have that kind of lived-in look. It's a really, really good mod. I know it's a bit large, but it's got a lot of stuff. And that's it. That's everything I've got, Arthur. So that's what we've done on that one, guys. And there's not many, but it takes ages to call them out, you know. And of course we've finished this. So that's our cleanup on that one. Oh, it's taken ages to do that. Now let's load up and see if we can get this one finished. I need just minimum out here. You know, I'm kind of pushing it as it is. You see what I mean about this stuff disappearing? Unless we're obviously looking this way. That is our memory leak. Maybe there as well. We put another one there and then we call it. Maybe a table or two, and that should be it. Oh, definitely, yeah, we will need a table with stupid vault hooks on it, won't we? No. Yeah, the developers put that one there for some reason. Brutal, isn't it? There's not a lot we can do about that, guys. Now, let me see. Just the last of the decoration there. Yeah, I'm not sure about putting anything like this here. You know what, I actually feel like getting rid of this entire thing, you know? I've never liked the way they've done that, especially from the back. It's horrible. But you'll never push that up enough. You might. When we pull it out. Yeah, this would be the best you could do, really. But anything really is better than the way it was. We could as well, let's say, use maybe something a little better than that. Oh God, I've never liked that sign. Hang on, I have a plan. I think I have a plan. Yeah, I think I have a plan for this one. What about we use an exit sign on the other side and we glitch both of them together? And that would work for a double sign. That might work. I'd probably have to change the settings on this stupid thing. But you see where I'm going with this one. We might get away with this one. Ah, that's not bad, is it, guys? Yeah, that works for me. Right, that screening sign was there. And for some reason that screening sign is there because of this. Oh, really and truly. Well, we can't touch that screening sign. Oh, we can. We can. Not too bad. Not too bad. Okay. I can't see this work. Oh, I can make this invisible. Or disable it. I won't, to be honest, it's too risky. Way too risky. Now that might help me. It's fitting in the small bits. Oh. Not a hope. Not a hope. Yeah. They've used something bigger here and they've sized it. So they made a mess of it, really, haven't they? Absolutely made a mess of it. Wait. Yeah, well, let me do that, but that only. That's absolutely no good to me. And now I can't reach it. And now that means I've got to reload and lose the entire thing. Sugar. No, I can't grab it at all, you see that? I literally can't grab it. And even if we do this, let's say, and try and push this back from here. Which looks horrible. You see what I mean? Horrible. Absolutely horrible. No, I could just never get it in enough. And it's a waste of time. I go with the other one. Oh, hi Moko. Thanks for the raid. I appreciate it. And welcome raiders. And how have you been, Moko? Just finishing the last of the design on the outside of Vault 88. Well, we're getting a small memory leak. I'll have to kind of sort out later. But I'll give you a quick look around on this one. Well, I finished this here. Just did some new flooring and some minor decorating on this. So it's looking a little cleaner. Been good. Ah, that's good to hear. And here I finished the security office. But I've added 2 cells here on this one, so kind of looks more like a security office now. I'll be adding the NPCs later. This is Vault 88, Moko. It's from the DLC. You know, it's just a huge vault. So they'll just give us this outside part, so I fixed it up. But I've built a huge area in the back. So just a vault, yeah. And that's what we've done there. And basically right to here, that's everything they give you. And this is the part we've built here, this one. Now that I'll be getting rid of that later. It's just while I'm building. We have a few shops to finish here. On this floor. We've made this our kind of cryopod area. And that goes all the way around. One of the shops we've actually finished. And that's our chem shop. It takes ages to do them, you know. These are our maintenance robots and they're just running the cryopods. Now these 2 stairways lead right up to the 2nd floor, but in the center here of our settlement we have a little park. And up on the 2nd floor we have a promenade of shops. Yeah, we've got a ton of shops, classroom, barber, robot shop, and we will be doing a clinic. And of course we have Clem. Once I sign Clem, he'll be okay. Of course we have bedrooms. And these are our bedrooms. That's pretty much everything down here. Let's go through. The fact that we're getting away with all of this here is a miracle. Vault 88 is a nasty little settlement. Yeah, 2 stairways, one here and one here, and they go right up. But between those 2 stairways, I had a bit of room, so I haven't finished it yet. But this is our overseer's office. She gets a little office there, and that just goes straight through here. You know, right up again. And now we're landed on the 2nd floor. And this is the 2nd floor promenade. Here we have traders. Well, these are pretty much done. And there's about 12 pieces on this pushed together to kind of create this to match our original piece. So this is our general store, you know, toys, plants, and a kind of mishmash. Over here we have our barber shop. Oh yeah. And here we have our armor shop. The general layout of the 4 stores in the corner, the design is exactly the same, it's just what we're selling is different. Now this is our toilets here. I had a shower. So that's the toilets. And of course from here we can look down on our park. Weapons here. But these literally take ages to put together. You know, you've got to place almost everything by hand. Oh, excuse me, so tired. I've been up, 2 days and a night. Never close my eyes for a second. This will be our clinic, you know, once we're done. This I've got to do yet. This is our robot shop. And our clothing shop. So there's a ton of shops, too many. This is why it took me so long. Tons of shops. That's not mentioning, let's say, our little coffee shop. Oh, I can't stop yawning. And of course, we have a classroom. And this is our classroom. We did a few decorations here and there. I think that's it. That's everything I've done so far, Moko. There's been a lot of work put into that. Very, very tedious, very repetitive. But I'm getting there bit by bit. I'll stay on a little bit longer, see if we can get a little bit more done. It's been a long time since I've slept. Let's say from my stream yesterday, I didn't sleep because a few hours after I had to attend the funeral service, so that took some time, and then, there's a function afterwards. By the time I got back here, I barely had time to freshen up and come on again, so it's been a long time since I slept. Okay, we're doing something on this. You see that? That's a memory leak. Watch this. Should be able to see the quarry above. There it is. That's two cells pretty close to each other. And hi, Shrugsy. I hope I pronounced that correctly. Thanks for following. Appreciate it, and welcome to the community. And how have you been, Shrugsy? But that's, not much we can do with that, really. And it's not really got to do with overbuilding. I've seen similar things happen just when you arrive, without building at all. Kind of time bomb. Now, I know exactly where the memory leak is. So you look at that, but if you go this way, you see that? Everything is perfect. Step back to the memory leak. This Spectacle Island and Longfrost Cabin are the best examples for memory leaks. Definitely Spectacle Island and this one. I can understand it from the DOC ones, They're always pushed together quite fast. And I suppose I can understand it from Spectacle Island, it's a disaster. 3 separate cells. Now, okay. I'll do the screening sign a little later. I don't even think I want to go with a screening sign. I might have a better alternative to that. Let me see. You see, my problem is getting this one down enough. Well, the likes of this. Let's see if I can see it correctly. Ah, come on. No, I can't really touch that. That's not good, is it? Ah, there it is. There. Actually, that's not bad. I'll see if I can get them on that. I've just always hated the way the top goes, I think I might be able to do something with that. Oh, hi. Hi, Vault 33. How are you? Not too bad. And what have you been up to? Yeah, we've done a bit, Vault. We've finished out the security thing. I finished that off, and the main area down here, we got all that done. We're still getting a memory leak here, but I'm for the best part keeping it kind of under control. Just filling it up roughly. You know, this kind of thing. Can't put too much in here. But yeah, I finished. You see that memory leak, just like Spectacle Island. So lighting here, fix this off. I'm working on the small details. They're kind of giving me trouble. Added a door here. Apparently there was no door. And finished the security office. So this is the finished job. And that's ourselves. I just used some wallpaper on the outside for that one. And something like that. So this will be our security office. And of course down here, just covered out the floor, tidied up, stacked the shelves and spaced them out. Added a tiny few bits here and there and some decent lighting. Well, it's made a big difference on this part. So I consider this to be finished. You know, there's nothing much more we can do. Oh, sorry, I keep yawning. But I didn't sleep after I finished the last stream yesterday. So it's been I suppose getting up to 40 hours now without any sleep. And that's everything we've done on it so far. Oh, Capricorn. Oh, hi. Capricorn's lurking, wasn't it? Oh, you changed your tag. Cool. I wanted something shorter. Yeah. And Serotonin TV and my people told me Twitch allows for name. Yes, they do. I think once every 30 days. It used to be the old one, but now I think you can change it once or something, yeah. 4:33 for the upclipping. Oh, the TV series, that's right, yeah. And the new vault, pretty cool. It is, actually. Nice. No, I was going to sleep after the last stream, but I was cutting it short. I remember I was saying I was going to that funeral service. And you know what it is. You know, you have an hour in church and then you drive. It's probably another 20 minutes and then the service there. Then, you know, you've got to, you know, pay your respects and there'll be a function hereafter which tends to go on. You can't leave because it'd be rude. And, you know, then you travel back and then you try and get something to eat in some restaurant or something. And before you know it, it's 10, 11 p.m. Yeah, and you've had no sleep. But it doesn't happen often to me, you know. But sometimes. Well, that's what we've done on this. It's taking a long time to finish this. Now. Right, Oh yeah, and the lighting in here as well. But still, piece by piece, piece by piece. Eventually I'll get this done. The next one I want to do something more institute looking. I would love to do it on Boston Airport, but I think I might do an institute build on, it depends on how high I go, on the likes of Murkwater. And that's a nasty settlement, construction plant. Yeah, definitely. Oh, hi Tinger, and welcome back. Yeah, I finished, the security office. We did some lighting here and some fixing up. So, security office is done. Looting ourselves. So we got that one nailed down. I've been trying to kind of minimalize it here. We've added a door here as well. You know, just some extra lighting and repaired the guys that were here. Signage is going to be a problem. So very, very minimum here. And of course we finished the one down the other side as well. That's providing I can actually get out. There it is. And I finished here as well. It's taken me ages to do this. The doors kind of worked out in the end, didn't they? Yeah. Oh, well, thank you, Digger. But I have to keep it very minimal, you know. Now, you were saying, Fall 33 Capricorn, about the lighting. You know, to get it kind of evened out like that. So, SOE. Let me go into build and I'll show you. I just did this in here with one light. One of the more powerful ones. It gives a good kind of all-round consistent lighting. And this is the non-shadow one. And I'll show you that. There it is. Just that one light. Light, large, white, omni, bright. That one there. That's done all of the lighting in here. Nice and convenient. And once you've gone out of build mode, it goes invisible. Institute. Yeah, I'll tell you what I'd do. I was planning going in the next 20 minutes anyway, and I'm literally burnt from doing this. I'll show some of the other settlements that you haven't seen before, Capricorn. It would give me a break. I can barely see straight on this. It's so hard for me to do this when I can't concentrate. You know, my mind starts to wander. Oh, the mechanist there, nice. I need to work with SOE there, definitely. You might have to. Because, remember I was saying in home plate, the mechanist layer, and Boston Airport, a lot of stuff will be removed from your menu. It's not scripted there. So if SOE works in home plate, it should work there as well. So let me see. Oh yeah, you didn't see Nordhagen Beach, Capricorn, did you? Nordhagen Beach is nice. It's pretty close to Boston Airport and the Brotherhood. And we built a kind of mine pyramid, inhabited by Amazonians. The beaches. Oh, you've got it unlocked. Well, this one is Nordhagen Beach, and this is with snappy basket. This one is kind of flashy. So this is Nordhagen Beach.
If you ain't been up to see Grey Garden, you should go. Whole place is run by robots.
And when you use the yellow lighting in this, so at night this place really shines up. I wanted to do a true pyramid, but I haven't got the pieces. And this one we called El Dorado. And that's our settlement sign. And inside, wow, we've got these guys dressed as Wonder Woman. So a large garden area. Well, we always have a problem here with settlers, so we need to sleep for an hour. We go up and sleep for an hour and everybody should go back on their little assignments. That should do it, I'd say. Kind of, yeah. It does kind of give off that kind of vibe, doesn't it? Now, we'll be able to see it properly. And these guys keep on assigning themselves from the mats. How do we get out of here? Oh my god. Here. So here we go, large gardens. There's a lot of detail on this one. They're really nice, aren't they? They're not really meant for this. They're meant for awnings, you know. But with a little bit of work you can build other things from them. You'll see them throughout the game, you know, here and there. They're really meant for awnings. So large garden here. Everyone should be in place, yeah. And this is basically the same here. So pretty large gardens. I do love symmetry, so I would decorate one side the same as the other. Now at the back, that's the front, so at the back we have a garden. That's if we didn't have enough gardens. Oh yeah, sorry, I forgot to explain. Around the main building you see the little bridges. There's a moat running all the way around. And as you can see, the moat goes that way. Up we go. And then flows down here, here, and fills these pools here. We've got a few gardeners here and there. A couple of trees here, and we've even put some crows. I don't know if you can see them. Very, very hard to spot. Yeah. There's one there, you see him? Right there. On the fork. And there's another one right there on that fork. Very, very hard to see. I hope you can get some. Oh, definitely, yeah, Tigger. No, I'm okay. Just tired. Good sleep will sort me out. And the same on this one. There's a couple of crows there somewhere. This is our little shrine. We've got our worshippers. And of course we went with a kind of Ghost Rider on that one. Every time I see that. The burning skull. It reminds me of that Ghost Rider. What was his name again? The guy from Nicolas Cage. Yeah. It reminds me of that. And that's our shrine. Are those water effect bill items difficult to place? You use the waterfall effects quite well. Not that hard, but in certain circumstances they can be. They're from SOE. I would recommend using a mod called Place Anywhere as well. It will make your life a lot easier, Capricorn. Yeah, a lot easier. But you'll definitely need it. Unless everything is straightforward. But when you're doing something like this, nothing is really straightforward, so you'll probably need Place Anywhere. You know, to get that kind of effect. So, that's that level. So, there's a stairway going up each side. And this leads to our sacrificial chamber. But the same mod will give you that water as well. But it's not just clear. You get, you know, stuff, let's say, from Institute, contaminated stuff. So, you know, if you're doing different builds. But I always go with the purified stuff for the likes of these ones. The Institute stuff is pretty good if you don't want to do any decorating down there. So you can't see through it, you know. It's got that kind of blue ripple effect. So this is our sacrificial chamber. Most of it is covered by this huge stairway.
Another day of hard work.
That's our little sacrifice. Super mutant. Super mutant KFC. And of course our worshippers.
Not much, but it's something. Hope you ain't one of them synths here.
And that's that little part. Now, as we go up along our main staircase, that took up a lot of room. Oh yeah, this goes out. What is one on every side? You know, it's just a large walkway. It goes all the way around and out here as well, so we can, you know, kind of look around. I use them a lot. Yeah, the coloured ones. Yeah, the ones with the stripes. Yeah. I've used them from time to time. There's one of the settlements I lost, it's a pity, due to that bug we were talking about, and that was Boston Airport. That one was a synth factory. We based that on the movie I, Robot, and that was fun. I'll eventually build it again. I'm running about every bonus-friendly mod that PC offers right now. Nice. But it's very overwhelming, and Place Anywhere is a double-edged sword. Really, I got to master the learning curve, yeah, of being able to move anything really anywhere, and it's not required. Yeah, in a post. Ah. Yeah. Really? Ah. Yeah, it does take a while to get used to. I don't know how Place Anywhere performs on PC. But it's simple enough, let's say, on Xbox. But yeah, if you're having problems, let's say, and it doesn't seem to be responding, you probably change the settings and then did a reload. You're best to change the settings, let's say if they're off, turn them on, and then off again. And it kind of clears the settings again. There is a bit of a learning curve. Oh, good morning, Nas. And how have you been? Hope you've been well. So here we basically have just some armor stands and our bedrooms. And I've done 4 exactly the same. And this is the only thing, only level that I made the exception of putting some glass in. You know, just for the bedrooms. And basically the same here. Here, let's see, on the other side of the doorway, we have this little kind of shrine. Now there's a double staircase here, one on that side and one on that side. And this kind of thing as well. And this is our Amazonian queen. It's not going to be much of an Amazonian settlement without a queen. Ah, that's good. That's good to hear. Not too bad. Basically running on fumes. But I think probably close to 40 hours without sleeping that. But I should be able to get some sleep today. I can feel my eyes, you know, they're literally stinging. Yeah, it is a bit flashy, but it was fun. So this is our throne room. Or I should say our throne. Of course we have the worshipper, and I did a little Edgar Allan on that one with the crow. Quote Amazonians nevermore. Here again, this kind of look here.
If you work, you eat. It's as simple as that.
Gotta give it that cult look. And this double staircase runs up to a rooftop garden here.
Easy living, this ain't.
And of course I've railed this with a crow on each one.
Don't much care for good neighbor. That
The
place is
crow.
nothing but trouble.
So it's not very big, let's say, on a tour, but... and this is the original settlement height, without any mods. So it's quite high, you can build quite high here. Definitely. No, it was just the way things were. You know, once I finished my stream, you know, I had that funeral mass to go to, and you know how functions can drag on. By the time I got back, you know, it was much too late. When you get tired, really. Oh, I see. Oh, why thanks, why thank you, Capricorn. Appreciate it. Yeah, I like it. But my favourite one is a little bit more modest, I think, than this. My personal favourite. Now, let's wait till night. It really has a nice look at night. I purposely used the yellow lighting on this. And this is why we called it El Dorado. Midnight is always a good time. Now, let's get outside and we'll have a look at this little thing. Ah, this had its complications as well, what we got around them. For the best part, everything ran smooth, and we had some problems on the pools, but a little bit of a learning curve on this one. There we go. It's not exactly low profile. You're not exactly hiding away. And it's surprisingly stable, even when we move back well out of the cell. I was surprised, to be honest, because, you know, we're close to Boston Airport and the Mechanist lair. And there we go. That's Snowhagen Beach. Yeah, I'll show you my favourite one. This one is in... Oh yeah, that one. We'll have to fast travel to this one. There's actually 4 on this save. I was kind of pushing it and then decided to do them singularly after this. Yeah, it is, isn't it? Well, this is Echo Lake Lumber. Oh my, it's a beast of a settlement to get done. I would deem it to be the second hardest settlement to fix up. If you're not using, you know, scrapping mods, right behind Bunker Hill. Yeah. Oh my, it's snowing where you are. We didn't get any snow. Yeah. Oh my, and cooking non-stop. About 8 p.m, 4 hours of... Oh, not good. Yeah. Pretty much me too. 4 hours is usually the best I can do. Yeah, me too, definitely. Oh, this wasn't by choice. Yeah, it's just, you know, some things cropped up. But usually, I would get probably on average about 5 hours a day. Albeit broken sleep, you know. But this one is a Red Rocket themed biker bar. Well, I'll show that one some other time. This is the one I want to show. Oh, but I will show you the nightclub. The nightclub is quite nice in this one here. This wouldn't be the best example of a nightclub, but my god, they stuck some building here. This is our little nightclub. The 111 Club. Got a party. Hit over the weekend and I waited for it to clear. It rained the previous night. Oh my. So heavy, yeah? Yeah, hopefully everything is okay. What's the temperature here now? 4 above. But it doesn't feel like it, guys, here. You know? It always feels pretty warm to me. Yeah, we'll show this one some other time. This is my favorite. I even took a screenshot of this. I think for my Xbox layover. Where is it again? Oh, here it is. Dalton Farm. I think it's too big. Never know where to go with it. Oh, that was nasty, that one. So, let me just... I hate building. With a vengeance, I hate building on a DOCs. Because the weather is uncontrollable. Even with mods. There. So we landed in our little harbour here. So this is our harbour. And here we have our security here. And this is a Secret Service guy. We've got a presidential launch. Again, Secret Service guy here.
Every day another harbor man leaves the island.
And our launch. We kind of retrofitted that one. So this is our little harbour. And this goes up to our settlement, right up here. So, lots of plants again. We have this ground level greenhouse. You know, with that little heating elements, and that actually goes the entire way around the settlement. We have our Paul Revere statue. And of course we have our White House. That didn't turn out too bad. You know, considering the pieces I had, you know, some white wallpaper, some railings, the pillar sections from well, what's it called again? Bunker Hill from USO. 1 second, I'll clear this stupid weather. There. There we go. Ah, that's much nicer. So, we've got our little fountain and pond here. And something similar here with some Minutemen statues. This was really fun. We did the inside in kind of distressed wood, kind of Victorian. You know, that 1800s. There I'm going. You see that? What a stupid weather. I changed the weather here maybe 10,000 times doing this. There. Just can't control it here. And this should look familiar. This is the tower from Bunker Hill. So we're using it in the background like a kind of Washington needle. I can, but it will ruin my building. You know where I've got to sleep at a certain time, Das? To stop the whole game from crashing down around my ears? I'm used to working it out by normal time in the game. Yeah, I'll never be able to keep track of time. Yeah, but if I set the cheat terminal here, I suppose, yeah, I would then have to go back in and set it again. Yeah. That's why I'd always forget to do it. And I'd only have to forget once to probably ruin the entire build. To corrupt that save or to collapse that script. So, too risky. We can still access the tower. So it's a replica of the one at Bunker Hill. But the weather is ridiculous, isn't it? I'd forget all the time. I think I did it a few times because of that. And totally forgot to set it back, and all I'd have to do is, you know, build for a couple of hours to destroy what I've done. I'd always forget. At least half the time. But it is mega annoying. So that's the outside. Of course we have our Secret Service here. We've got one feeding some fish. 2 guards out front. And inside,
I never
something
met
like this.
captain's dance before.
We have a reception area
You're
here.
from the Commonwealth, right?
A little waiting area. Each side. We've got a double staircase going upstairs. And down here, we actually have a press room. Dalton, Monument, Cassie, Dalton. Must be elated. The quests, yeah. So this is our press room. And of course we've got our president here.
Hey.
And that's our press room. Here we have our kitchen. And of course our maid.
Fog. It's dangerous, okay?
And that's our kitchen. Oh. On we go. We've got our dining room here. Oh, hi Blonde. And how are you? I've been lurking while I played Valhalla. Nice. For the last 3. Oh my. Treen. So you've been putting in the time in Valhalla. Nice. Now remember that update I said I got from Creative Clutter that dropped the candles? Yeah, there you can see the drop candles again. Gotta come back and fix those. So this is our dining room. And of course our First Lady. I think nobody's ever told her not to eat. We're back to the door.
My kids ain't gonna believe the stories about you.
So that's our dining room. And here we have our library. Again, drop candles that need to be fixed. Just could never remember or find the time to come back and fix them. Now, as we go upstairs, there's 16 bedrooms. Double staircase. Little landing here. And in here we have a secret room. And that goes to the Oval Office we have in there. But down here we have 16 bedrooms. We've got 4 on each side. So each of these will be designed and decorated exactly the same. Absolutely exactly the same. Yeah, the same there. I finished with France. Nice, just missed a little piece of gold on the ground. And a tattoo. Ah, just need to finish buying the Rebel mission stuff. Cool. Between the main halls and the historically accurate looking way. You tucked the kitchen in, yeah. Oh, well thank you, Capricorn. I was careful not to use any electric lighting, you know, just the candles. So basically the same. And this is our secret room. And this is the best we could do for the Oval Office. Just some seating in our main desk. And that goes right out to a little balcony. So maybe not so secret. Overlooking our monument. But my favourite part of this is the view. And again, we wait till midnight. Lots of the stuff I used in here is not really meant for this. And just with a bit of glitching and a bit of patience, eventually get it to work. Oh, hi, drunken Irishman. And how have you been? I hope you've been well. My favourite part is the view. Again, I've got to clear the weather. I think the view from here is really nice. And there's the view. I love the starry sky on the background. And thanks for the shout out, Blonde, appreciate it. Ah, that's good to hear. Not too bad. Not too bad. I've been awoke for probably close to 40 hours. But out from that, pretty good. So I think for some time today, I might be in some kind of coma. I like it. I like that so much I actually used it for a screenshot on my Xbox. You know, the background thing. And that's Dalton Farm. That's our White House on Dalton Farm. That was fun. Oh, well basically I did a long stream yesterday, which was okay. But when it finished, I had about 2 or 3 hours to get ready and go to a funeral service. So I couldn't go to sleep or I wouldn't be able to get up. So I stayed up, fixed myself up. I went to that funeral. The church service was about an hourish or something like that. Then we travelled to the graveyard and, paid my respects. And there was a function after I had to attend, not to be rude. And that went on for quite some time. Then I had to travel home. So I stopped off to get something to eat. And by the time I come back, I would have probably been getting an hour's sleep, but I had to stream, so I wasn't tired anymore. I kind of worked through it, But it's not normal for me to stay up that long, let's say. It's just the way circumstances went. Oh, well, thank you, Capricorn. Yeah, the original one has a pond like that with some red flowers around. I couldn't do the fountain exactly, but that's the waterfalls that I've used. And what I did with that, using in Place Anywhere, I had a pole and I attached him to it using Place Anywhere and then removed the pole, to create that kind of look. Yeah. Well, whatever you think is best. Yeah. No, it's just the way things were, you know what I mean? Sometimes I'm not usually busy, I have tons of time. but I should be able to get some good rest today. I'll see if I can show one more. Something you haven't seen before. Oh yeah. You never seen Starlight Drive-In, Capricorn? Yeah, you were saying you were working on... Who was saying they were working on Starlight Drive-In? That one we've restored the screen. I just enlarged the large TV for that one. We've made our own indoor theatre, like kind of 70s kind of look. We have a little coffee shop, large garden, that kind of thing. Yeah. I don't think you've seen that one, have you? Vault 33? Starlight Drive-In. Yeah, that's not bad. The lighting in this is interesting. It's done with green, purple, and I think yellow. But I use the industrial stuff from Snappy House Kit. All the building is here. I managed to actually cover it over. Not unlike, let's say, a cat litter. I covered it all over. So this is Starlight Theatre. And I've used some cars as signs and just glitched them through. But this is a nice look at night. Now, so we've got our entrances here for our vehicles. One here. And one here. And this is our kind of walkthrough for pedestrians here. We've got a large garden coming on this side, complete with gardeners. Well, it should be. There's a couple missing. And pretty much the same on the other side. This is our large screen, and it's just an enlarged TV screen. I use the original speakers down there. And that's a kind of viewing platform. We went with the original team for this settlement. It's kind of UFO themed. You know, if you look closely, that rusty object on the garage is actually a UFO, so we went with the same thing. And we called the coffee shop the Little Green Men Cafe. And again, you know, the same thing. There's a lot of guys missing. I should maybe sit for an hour like I do. But the building itself is actually still here. We just covered it over. You can see where I added the stairway here to get it over a balcony. So I could build my flooring
Take things one day at a time.
for a little viewing area. I took my son out for dinner and it really cost me $48 for two people. Probably, yeah, it's around the same here, blonde. But there's been a massive problem here because of the price inflation and, of course, the con people we have in this country. Hotel rooms in Dublin City, they're asking people for substandard hotel rooms, 600 to 900 euros for one night. So they're really going to collapse what little tourist trade they have left there, you know, because there's been, let's say, with the influx of refugees, there's been a lot of the hotels, let's say, been taken over, so there's been a scarcity, and the guys that are left have been skanking everyone, you know. And no, not for that. It's getting quite expensive here as well. Like people spending $80 in one shot. Yeah. In a drive-through. My. So this is what I've done here. But we're in for a hard time if people don't stop taking advantage. They're getting hits, let's say, short term, but they'll absolutely destroy their businesses. You know, if someone goes to your hotel and they're forced to give $800 for one night in a room that you could get anywhere else for 100, you know, they're not going to come back. It is, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, but Dublin City has always been a kip. You know what I mean? Oh, hi, Cord. How are you doing? Oh, I'm fine, thanks. And you? I hope you've been well. News updates from the great gentleman. Ah, that's covering a no talks issue. The crazy hotel thing. Is it in Canada too? Yeah. Yeah. You see, there's a housing crisis again here. For some strange reason, because I remember during the bust of 2008, they were actually running them over with bulldozers, you know, houses that were never lived in, reclaiming the land, you know, vulture companies coming in and buying them up and destroying them. The government should have taken over the houses then, you know what I mean? And now we have a housing crisis again, which will lead to another property bubble again. You know, the same thing over and over again. And here we have our bathrooms.
Got work to do.
And the reason this is so small is because I used the original buildings. I just skinned them over.
Can't remember the last time I had clean fingernails.
And that's our bathrooms. Oh, that's good to hear, Code. Oh, nice, you were out with your sister. Oh, that's nice. My city, it's turning almost everything into, yeah, Airbnbs. Yeah, that's happening a lot here as well. But I brought him home with me. Ah, I see. But what's going to happen here if hoteliers keep doing that? You know, literally gouging everyone. They're going to make a few quid. Okay, fair enough, in a season. Maybe even 2 seasons, you know, trapping the unwary. But what's going to happen is nobody's ever going to come back. They're going to shut down. If they're looking for local business, they're wasting their time. Within 2 years, the business will be bankrupt, okay? And not only that, with an experience like that, if someone visits for a holiday, they're not coming back. You know what I mean? So they're not only damaging their own business, they're damaging everyone else's, you know? And we keep getting that thing, supply and demand, supply and demand. It's covered so many crimes, hasn't it? You know? But it's a big issue right here now. So that's what we've done here. Now, yeah, we've gone with this kind of thing here. And this was to cover over the old shed that I couldn't hide, I couldn't scrap. And basically it just goes all the way around like this. And the reason for the water fountain here
Got a dangerous
was
little
obviously
bastard.
because of the
You ain't
telegram
clean.
pole. It's caused me issues with the build. So I went for this little guy here. Now, there's two indoor theatres. One is quite small, just a 9-seater, but the other one is huge. Sorry, kinda lurked a lot. Oh, no problem, no problem. Scantron. Lurkers are the backbone of any channel. They're literally the backbone. So, this is screen 1, or screen 2, sorry. This is just a tiny screen in here. We have an usher here dressed as the Silver Shroud. So it's tiny compared to the other one. Just a 9-seater
Ain't looking for trouble, I hope.
for our cinema. But the other one is quite large, and this is, as I said, our coffee shop. So this is screen 1. This one is pretty big.
Need to get
And
back
I
to
was
the
going for a
darkest
kind of 70s look. Well, I had no choice.
town I ever saw.
So this is what I've done here. Now I've got to sit because half these guys are missing. Should be a guy on the railings. Ah, there we go. So this is our indoor theatre, and this one has a balcony.
Hope you ain't one of them synths here to
It looks a
spy
lot
on
better
me.
at night.
If you ain't been up to the great
Now this here
whole place.
goes up to our balcony.
Don't much care for good neighbor. That place is nothing but trouble.
Oh, excuse me. And this just goes all the way around again. And that breaks into our coffee shop here. That I'll show in 1 second. And again around here. The same kind of design. And then up here we have our bedroom. I wanted something different in the bedroom, so I designed this a little different. Also, it's my mom's birthday. Happy birthday! Oh, that's cool. Yeah, happy birthday to your mother. Be sure to relay my regards, Scantron. Oh, that's cool. Is there any harm in asking how old she is? Yeah, my mum turned. Oh my. Well, she's almost 90. Yeah. Oh, thank you, Scantron. Yeah. And a very happy birthday to your mother. So this is our bedroom. So I literally designed it, the rooms, like a kind of bunk bed, I suppose. I thought it was a bit different. So beds here. And then as we go on the stairs, some more beds here. And that's our bedroom. Now, the coffee shop. So, I tried to give it a kind of New Vegas look, you know, the cactus and the sunset, sarsaparilla sounds. There's nothing I could do about the leaves, they're a decal, because I don't have a major scrapping mod, which I think are too buggy. There's no way of scrapping it. I watched you playing The Witcher last night, but I passed out, so I was sleep lurking. Ah, I see.
If you can get 'em now,
So that's what
you'll
I've
have
done
less
here.
trouble later.
Now this, I just encased the old one. You know, doing this. And I went with the astronaut thing here because of the UFO thing, obviously. That goes all the way around. And of course here. Whoops. So we got our chef and some minor stuff.
My back hurts, my feet hurt, everything hurts.
Nothing I could do about the rubbish on the tables. They would glitch too much in for me to grab and get rid of. It's party confetti. Use your imagination. You'd have to. And this goes up to our projection room here. There used to be a door here, but I covered it over.
Yes?
We can see the main screen from here. And our projectionist. And that's about it, guys, for this one. But the colouring in this is pretty strong. Again, we'll wait till midnight. Croc 2M again, so have a great day. And thanks for stopping by, Blonde. I'm going quite shortly myself. I'm absolutely wrecked. I hope you have a good rest, and I hope you have a great day tomorrow. Take care. Stay safe. Bye. So you can see this is the SOE stuff again.
You know what I call a good
So
day?
it's quite
One
bright.
without an empty stomach.
No, I think actually this was Colored Lights Xbox. So green, yellow, and purple. And you can see how I've kind of highlighted these little green men. So that's our lighting at night. Kind of more like a nightclub. Yeah. I'm a delivery driver and we should play some Dark Souls songs, yeah? Oh, nice. Yeah, I haven't got that one yet. But I'll eventually pick it up sometime. No. It's... oh, it is. Oh, excuse me. It's an SOE TV, but it's not that big. Capricorn, yeah, it's not that big. But would place anywhere, there's certain objects you can enlarge, and that's one of them. That screen, that's the maximum. It's just an ordinary size TV. It's actually the same size as this one in here. Yes, I increased the size. Yeah, but it's only a tiny few items. I don't have a mod that increases size. It's just one of the extras. I think it's coming on Place Anywhere. Yeah, but it's only in my entire menu. There's less than 7 items. I suppose I can do that on. And then, luckily enough, the TV was one, but it was exactly this size. Here. And I increased it to that size. That was its maximum. And luckily, the maximum was just enough. Actually perfect. And then I hid the edges, you know. Got them in. And that's the outside. And there it is, guys. That's Starlight Drive-In. I did do a nice build on this before. It was a casino, but I don't have it here. That was one of the saves that got corrupted with the 0 kilobyte bug. But I did manage to upload it. That one is on YouTube. Oh, well, thank you, Capricorn. I'm not the best acoustic singer, I guess. I can get a song going. Nice. Yeah, just a few items. I can do it with some furniture items as well. But if I could increase or decrease the size of every object in my menu, it would make a big difference to my bills. Or if I could kind of manipulate them, you know, turn them around, upside down, but I can't do that either. But on PC, it's a ton of software and mods, and I can do that, I'm assuming. I've seen some guys work with them, you know. Ah, I see. And that's it. Okay, I'll have to do 2 loads to get back to the vault. It's a little system I have. You know, much like the sleeping it. In my opinion, you know, the whole thing goes a little bit better, and I think the odds of getting a corruption or a bug reduces. I've got to literally load from the settlement I'm in. And that's it, guys. There were a few. Oh my. So, I think I'll leave it here. I'm pretty close now, I'd say, to 40 hours, if not more, awake. Yeah, I'm starting to get dizzy, so I think it's time for me to go to La La Land. Or wherever they're going to send me to. Hopefully it won't be to Valhalla. It's kind of finicky. Yeah, the access stuff. It is, isn't it? I try not to use it too much. Yeah. I told you also have a post option that demands you use it out till it functions. Ah. And thanks for stopping by, Das. I appreciate it. I hope you have a good one. Take care and stay safe. And to you too, Capricorn. And of course, Scantron. And thanks for stopping by and following as well. And to everyone who followed and raided tonight. Appreciate it, guys. Yeah, I think it's time for me to rest. I really do. So I'll call out as many of you as I can. And what I'll do... Oh my god, my back. I'll get ready to do a raid, and I'll stay on this channel as I'm dozing off or getting ready to sleep. And of course to Young and Jake, Suburban Werewolf, take care, guys. And to Granny Vats, Kai, 433, Tigger, Hufflepuff and Terry. Have a good one, ladies. Um, I think we mentioned Scandron. I think we did. Let's see. And of course, Court. Take care, Court, and stay safe. And Drunken Irishman, thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it. And good night, Scantron. And take care. I think we mentioned Tigger. We did. And of course, thanks for the raid and stopping by, Moko. I appreciate it. And thanks for Raiders as well, I'd say, for hanging around. And Arthur, thanks for stopping by. And of course, Destiny. Have a good one, Destiny. And, oh, hi, Sniping. How are you? I hope you've been well. Just getting ready to raid. Yeah, just getting ready to raid. I've been awoke just about 40 hours. Maybe a little more. Good. Ah, that's good to hear. Yeah, I'm literally passing out as we speak. No, I had a function to go after the last stream, and it went on for a long time, so never managed to get any sleep. But I should be able to get enough sleep today. Once I get something to eat, I'll be good. I think I'll be good. But thanks for stopping by, Snapping, appreciate it. I'm sorry I have to go so soon, seeing as you probably just arrived. But I hope you have a good one. And to everyone, guys, thanks for the support. I appreciate it. I hope you all have a great day and stay safe. And my apologies if I've missed anyone that dropped by. And to everyone who is watching and lurking, I appreciate you guys, and I appreciate the support. So, we'll see if any of our friends are streaming, and I'll raid there and probably then collapse into a coma. And hopefully I'll be going to La La Land and not Valhalla. It's a 50-50. Okay, guys. Yeah, I'll be doing some Witcher 3 tomorrow. So the day on, day off thing is applying. So tomorrow Witcher 3, and the day after back to the vault again. I'm so tired I can't even think straight. It'll be one or the other, Capricorn. I'm hoping it's La La Land, but one can never tell. So, okay, guys, let's see who's streaming. Oh my, I forgot you were there, Northwest. Hello, Northwest. Yeah, and thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it. And Droot. Hi, guys. Yeah, just getting ready to raid. I've been awoke 40 hours straight, and was just gonna raid. So I did get roughly a 6-hour stream in, so I did quite good. seeing as I'm a mess right now. Yeah, so I was going to get something to eat and have some rest. But thanks for stopping by, Droot. And thanks for and hanging out as well, Droot and Northwest. I hope you guys have a good day and stay safe. You just got on. Good multiplayer game I played. Nice. And thanks for coming back, Northwest. Appreciate it. And you too, Droot. I hope you have a good one. No problem. No problem. Yeah, I'm almost passing out at this stage. It's been a long time since I've been awoke for this amount of time. Yeah. So, yeah, I'll leave it here, guys, and I hope you all have a good one. Have a great day and take care. So I was just going to a raid, and I'll stay awake on that as long as I can. And thanks again, guys, for stopping by. And have a good one, Droot. And stay safe.